We'll soon be crossing live to the MCG, but first let's have a look at the toss. Ian Chappell with the two captains, Graham Gooch and Imran Khan.
Ryan, you've got the honour of tossing the coin. Yes. Graham Gooch, you're going to call apparently.
The ball or the writing? Okay, all set to go? Okay, here we go.
Okay, the ball. We'll run it in.
We'll bat.
Is that because of a bit of a worry about rain?
Partly, I mean, you can't take a chance. And the second reason is, you know, it's excellent batting conditions.
You must be really pleased with the way the side has pulled together in the last few games.
Very much so, you know, we really have been through the fire. We looked like being knocked out. And suddenly, you know, to have come back, it's given me the greatest pleasure and satisfaction.
Yeah. I see you got your tiger on again. You want them to play like cornered tigers?
Yes, that's the motto recently, and they've done a great job. You know, they've played like tigers, especially the younger boys. You know, they haven't been overawed by any situation. And if they play like tigers, I don't mind if they win or lose today.
All right. Your last World Cup, you've been a great cricketer and a great ornament to the game. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Graham, like to have batted first?
I'm not that fussed. It looks a great wicket, as Imran says. I think it'll stay the same all the way through, and I hope the weather doesn't obviously interfere with the match, because it'll be a great spectacle. We're delighted to be here in front of a full house at Melbourne. It's our object to reach the World Cup final. We obviously like to win it, but we hope it's a good game of cricket.
All right. Did you have everybody fit for selection?
Yes, we've left Robin Smith out, preferred Alan Lamb, who's experienced. We've left Gladstone Small and Philip Tufton out as well.
All right, I guess at 39 it's probably going to be your last cup as well.
Well, I think so, yeah. I don't think I'll be able to make it back. You know, the legs won't carry me that far, so I'm really looking forward to today.
All right, all the best, and hope you finish on a good note.
Thanks, you.
Rightio. Well, there we are. Imran Khan has won the toss, Richie. A nice warm day, and he's decided to bat first.
Well, Graham Gooch saying not too much fuss whether he batted first or whether he lost the toss or won the toss. Do you suspect that England might be better batting for a target than bowling for a target?
Well, if it doesn't rain, if there's no interference from the weather, then obviously England would be better off knowing how to pace its innings. Pakistan, of course, will be batting without any pressure, because there are two things. Once you're chasing a score, then of course you know how to go about it. But when you bat first, there's no pressure of trying to chase a score, so you can bat fairly freely. But sometimes the side batting second, if it's got a good batting lineup, and England's got a good batting lineup, will have the advantage.
OK, let's have a check on the England lineup. And as you heard, poor old Robin Smith dropped. And also Philip Tufton, who was in such great form before the tournament. Gladstone Small was the 12th man. Well, that means that Derek Pringle is back. And in a way, I mean, we've said that perhaps Pringle's not the greatest strike bowler, but I think they missed his discipline in the semi-final. That's right. He's on target right from the first ball, and he moves the ball just a little bit here and there, making it difficult for the batsmen to go for their shots. He's a very steady bowler, and of course as a batsman he might come in handy, because he's certainly a better bat than Gladstone Small. The one Lewis may have been Chris Lewis. He came in for a very expensive couple of overs. He obviously, after that layoff, has not got the line back. Yes, but now I think he must have been working hard in the nets, and once he gets his rhythm on this wicket, he might be a handful. He's a very, very good cricketer. Well, here are the England team coming out. Derek Pringle just jogging out of camera shot, and great pressure on the Pakistani openers. And this is the lineup with Sohail and Raja. They had Sohail he's been up and down with his innings. He was unlucky to get caught out in the match against New Zealand, but Raja in great form. Their batting really has come together, I think. That's right. I think Ramiz Raja, Amir Sohail, Imran, Javed, and in the semi-finals, Inzamam-ul Haq, everybody's got a big score. The one disappointment for Pakistan is Salim Malik, but maybe today's his day. OK, let's go to the commentary at the MCG.
Spines of the players taking part in this great event. Spectators still pouring in through the turnstiles. And in the commentary box for the first session of play, Tony Greig, and alongside him is Bill Lurry.
Thank you very much, Richie, and what a magnificent start to this marvellous day of cricket. I think it's probably a question of saying hello world, because there's so many of you all over the world tune in to this marvellous contest. The World Cup Final 1992. And Derek Pringle there, who's been brought into the side at the expense of Gladstone Small. He's going to be bowling from one at the end. He's just getting himself loosened up there. He didn't play in the last 2 matches as a result of injury. So the England side out in the centre. Graham Gooch lost the toss. Botham is out there wearing those glasses of his. Gooch, no doubt, nice and pumped up as well. I saw them singing God Save the Queen out there, all deadly serious. Amir Sohail, left-hander, and Ramiz Raja, the opening batsman for Pakistan. So much depends on the first 15 overs. And Derek Pringle back into the side to try and fortify this English attack. They're a little wayward in their semi-final match. And so this is the first ball of the match, being bowled from the southern end. And straight away, Pringle goes past the outside edge. Well, we're in Melbourne. It's Bill Laurie's home, and I'm sure you're going to have a great time today.
Yes, Danny, good afternoon all, and a magnificent day in Melbourne as Pringle gets the ball to just move away a little bit. The left-hander played and missed. Tremendous atmosphere here at Melbourne Cricket Ground. 2 best sides in the competition playing for the World Cup.
It's been very tense out there for a start. Might be a bit of an advantage for the fielding side. Mentioned already that the first 15 overs, the runs scored, and hopefully the lack of wickets, as far as the batting side are concerned, is vitally important. That's Alan Lamb. Is it mid-off? Long way forward there. The umpires for this match, down at the southern end, umpire Steve Buckner. He's from the West Indies. And also umpire Brian Aldridge. He's down at the members' end. Privilege for them too to be selected from all the umpires that were on show here. Obviously they couldn't select the Pakistani and the England umpires because they're involved in this match, and they've adopted the philosophy of using umpires whose teams aren't involved. It's happened right throughout the World Cup.
Very tense moment for Sohail. He's played so well in this tournament that he needs to get Pakistan away to a good start. Ramiz Raja at the other end's been the form batsman for Pakistan, 2 centuries so far.
That's a good delivery, 2 really good balls. There's a bit of bounce out there. Having said that, with 2 new white balls being used, the ball tends to move around a little bit and bounce a bit early on.
Is Pringle getting it right, just on off stump, and nice bounce. That'll encourage the batsman also to play some shots when the swing wears off these white balls. And a very good line by Derek Pringle, right at off stump.
Well, that's an outstanding over. No, it's not. It's a no ball. So Pakistan off the mark with a no ball. We've seen a lot of those in the World Cup, and wides as well. Lots of them from Pakistan, but England here getting the ball rolling. No ball there on the front foot. And as a result of that no ball, he had to re-bowl the delivery. Instead of a maiden, it's no wicket for 2.
Very different in character from what we'd expect from the Pakistan opening, with Wasim Akram steaming in.
Yes, Derek Pringle just trying to get his line right, and he was there, as I said, bang on target from the first ball, so it's a fairly good opening over for England.
Welcome back. Our camera there giving you a marvellous view of the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Melbourne's 150 years old this year, and what a marvellous ground this is. That stand opened in this 150th year. Absolutely superb in the background there. The whole city is being encouraged to get behind all the celebrations that will take place during his 150th year in Melbourne, and it's going to be Chris Lewis. He's going to be bowling to Amir Sahel. It's nice placement and good running. Yes, this is the 5th World Cup final. The 4 before today, all won by the team batting first. Now that's a pretty pertinent point, I should think. The 5th World Cup, all the previous World Cups have been won by the team batting first. The West Indies won the first 2, then India and Australia. And that victory in '87 by Australia, just 7 runs in it. An exciting match that was. Well, I've got a sneaking feeling that things are going to change today.
Well, I'm sure you're hoping that way, Tony, but it should be a very good match. Both teams in form at the right time. Chris Lewis has done a good job for England. Gooch has led the team superbly when fit. And so has Imran Khan for Pakistan. The man on strike for Pakistan is probably the key. Ramiz Raja has batted superbly and played some big innings for Pakistan in the top order in the first 15 overs. He's the in-form batsman.
Leg side, and umpires have been very severe on wide bowling. If he bowls another one down the leg side, this ball, I can tell you that umpire Aldridge will very definitely call it wide. Don't let the bowlers bowl 2 in a row, certainly not down the leg side.
It seems to have a bit of life in it. Quite a bit of bounce there, and just a little bit of movement off the seam with the ball new. Should encourage the batsman to play some shots.
It's good running again. Good call, good positive reaction from the non-striker.
Conditions are dry and firm at the centre of the Melbourne Cricket Ground. It should be a great day for fielding. Look at the pitch, it's nice and flat, hard and dry, and supporting outfield is in perfect condition. Good couch cover. The ball will run to the boundary when struck well, and it should be an even and fair contest.
Yeah, it's a beautiful wicket. He had an overcast day yesterday, the groundsman here, and he was just a little worried. It was a teeny bit underdone. There's a bit of bounce. It's largely due to the new ball and its hardness, but I can tell you that the outfield is very, very firm, and he considers, that is, the groundsman considers, this is going to be the fastest outfield that he's seen here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. He had the mowers down to 2 millimetres, and that's very low. It's a very big ground, so fast outfield is good news. This is the last ball of Lewis's over. Down the leg side, and that's the end of the over. 2 runs from it, no wicket for 4.
And the interesting statistic we saw there, the team batting first has lost each of the World Cup finals.
Yes, and the team that has won the toss has lost the games as well.
So I don't know what... I think that's 1 each to Gooch and Imran Khan there.
That's right.
Welcome back. No wicket for 4. The River Yarra runs through the city of Melbourne, and that is a pleasure craft which obviously goes all through Melbourne. Tremendous way to get through the parks, and in fact right through the whole of Melbourne. Government House up there on the right hand side. The tennis centre there in the foreground. The Australian Tennis Open is played there. In the meantime, Pringle continues.
Ramiz Raja supported by left-handed Amir Sohail. Sohail, 25 years of age, has had a very good tournament. He's solid top-order batsman.
Yes, that strike rate of 63.8 runs per 100 balls. It's not bad.
Ground not full yet, all seats were sold today. And Sohail will be playing in front of probably his biggest crowd in a World Cup match. He's had a good tournament. He's made 102 50s. He's been quite positive. And given Ramiz Raja the supporting needs, and the left and right-handed combination has worked very well for Pakistan.
It's just to give you some idea of the strike rate. The best in this tournament was Kapil Dev, 124 runs per 100 balls. Martin Crowe didn't do badly from New Zealand, 90.6 per 100 balls. Brian Lara, 81 per 100 balls, and Great Batch, he was up there as well, 83 runs per 100 balls. Those are the best. No ball called again. That's a great shot. Beautiful shot by Ramiz Raja. Have a look at that outfield go too. Into the fence at deep long on. Anything over pitched. Get it away through the gap. Going to be 4 here. What a lovely shot that was.
It's the perfect start. We're just over pitching on the up, straight bat, straight drive on the onside of the pitch. Is always going to be 4, and a good positive start by Ramiz Raja. Very much an in-form batsman. A wonderful World Cup. One of the reasons why Pakistan is in the final.
Five from the over, no wicket for 9. This is Chris Lewis again. And that's nicely played. Amir Sohail just gliding that one down into the gap between second slip and gully.
And already the Pakistan batsmen running very well between the wickets. Very positive approach to the start of this World Cup final. Looking for every single, looking for the second run there. They've got a good understanding. It's a good solid start here. The nerves will be still there for the batsmen, trying to pick up the pace of this pitch. It's a bright sunny afternoon. Great afternoon for batting. Imran Khan's won the toss, elected to bat first in this Cup final.
Pad, I'd say. He was playing at that too. It may go for 4-leg buys. It has. That's flicked the thigh pad and gone flying away fine. Stewart dived away to his left but couldn't get to it. That's good batting. If you're going to miss it, you've got to make sure you get some leg on it.
That's just a problem here for Chris Lewis. He's lacked a little bit of control. He's quite sharp at just pushing it down the leg side. Attempted a leg glance, struck the thigh pad, and it raced away. The outfield in superb condition. Conditions should be perfect for all types of players here. The fast bowlers, the fieldsmen, the batsmen. The standard should be very high in this 92 World Cup final.
So we don't want you to hold back at all, Bill, on your praise for this marvellous ground. There it is, Ramiz Raja. Well, we can certainly praise him because he certainly has a marvellous record. Strike rate of 64.3 runs per 100 balls. Made 700s. 2 of which have been made in this World Cup. So he's very important to Pakistan. He's the 11th player too to go past 4,000 runs in one-day internationals.
And a star performer in the World Cup with that average 7.91, 300s and 250. So once he gets a start, he goes on in World Cup matches. This is his 15th. A good strike rate of 62.9. And he looks to me to be picking up the line of the ball early, playing his shots with confidence. Looks like a man in form and with a mission for Pakistan.
He certainly is vital. He's the right-hander. A left-hand, right-hand combination out there makes it a little bit difficult for the bowlers. This is Lewis. Oh, and it's short and out. He's hit it straight down the throat. No ball called. What? Oh, he nearly ran him out. My goodness. And again, it's all happening out there. Well, he didn't hear it. We nearly had it all over again. Umpire Buckner called no ball because in his opinion that ball would have passed the batsman's shoulder in his normal standing position, and as a result called no ball. So Ramiz Raja is not out, but he started to walk, and had the ball hit the stumps he would have been out, run out.
Well, I think that's a courageous and good decision by umpire Bucknor. There it is. It certainly was a no ball. He wouldn't have been run out. We had that incident in the West Indies when Dean Jones went walkabout. Hicks, the fieldsman, was throwing, but he misses. It's dead ball because he can't be run out in that situation. It happened in the West Indies. It was an incorrect call. That was the right call by umpire Bucknor. This time he works it through mid-on. Good, intelligent stroke.
Well, it's a buzz out there. Let's have a look at that dismissal again. The ball hit in the air, and look at him. He walks away, and he wasn't attempting a run. So that being the case, that throw, although I tell you what, he was like a startled rabbit when he heard his mate down the other end, Amir Sahaya, say, get back into your crease because it's a no ball.
What a top decision by umpire Steve Bucknor from the West Indies. Courageous and correct call in the early overs of the World Cup.
Good over for Pakistan. 10 runs of that over. It's no wicket for 19.
If you watch the view from the square leg position, looks a fair one, Sunil.
Yes, it was way above his shoulder, and umpire Steve Bucknor very prompt in calling it a no ball. Graham Hick having a shy at the stumps, missing, and umpire Bucknor signalling it's a dead ball.
It's well fielded. What a test series, or what a World Cup this umpire Steve Bucknor has had. He really has been very impressive. He's from the West Indies, and what a good call this was.
Yes, he didn't lose his concentration early on. He saw the height of that ball was well over the head of the batsman. Correct call. He tried to slash it away. He took the catch through for a run out, which is not on in that situation. The batsman not attempting a run.
Well, that's a good delivery. He's really bowled some beautiful balls, Pringle. This is one of them. It just moved in a little bit in the air and then away off the wicket. Has been inclined to swing quite a bit. Pringle will be trying to swing the ball into the left-hander. So he'll be trying to swing the ball into the left-hander, straightening down the line that way. And every now and again, if he hits the seam, he'll go in and then off the wicket towards the slip cordon. And that's when the outside edge is likely to come into play. Derek Pringle plays for Essex in the county championship in England, and that's his economy rate. Not that suave, 71 runs per 100 balls. If you were a batsman, you'd be very happy with that. And so they like to have a nice low economy rate. Another no ball.
Nervous start by England. Following a good line, but overstepping the popping crease, Derek Pringle. He's 33 years of age. He's the 11th World Cup match. Got a high average and a high strike rate, but he's bowled very well in this World Cup. He's been quite tidy. It's doing enough to trouble the left-hander in particular around about off stump.
Yes, on that economy rate subject, the World Cup has produced some incredible bowling, and the most economical of all the bowlers in this World Cup so far has been Deepak Patel. His economy rate, 51 runs per 100 balls. Both of them are second with 53. Then Whitney and Reeve, McDermott, Larson, Ambrose, Pringle up there. Got him! Yes, he's got him! Pringle has struck. He's bowled beautifully so far. One half volley, but he's beaten out the outside edge on numerous occasions. So England have struck early.
I mean, Sohail was very nervous. He never really come to grips with the movement of Derek Pringle, and his line was perfect. He was probing just outside the line of the off stump. This was a very good catch by Stewart. That was the one that went away. He dived forward and caught it a centimetre above the ground. That was a breakthrough that England needed. It's been a very exciting start to the World Cup. So Amir Sohail, the young left-hander, goes to the dressing room as Pringle breaks through. He's out for 4. It's 1 for 20.
The most experienced, along with Javed Miandad, in World Cup matches. 28 matches played by Imran and Javed. And is at the non-striker's end now.
It was a vital breakthrough for England, and Derek Pringle, who's only offended by overstepping the front lines, had a pretty good start to this World Cup final. His line's been perfect. He's troubled Sohail just on off stump. This was the one that went away, hit the pitch. He got a thick edge, and Stewart took a good catch diving forward. It was a vital breakthrough that'll lift England's confidence in the early part of this World Cup. Sohail very, very nervous.
Yes, that is a top catch. Good bowling as well. That's a better delivery, just outside off stump. Ramiz Raja down there, striding around, just a little bit tense. Imran down at the non-striker's end has only missed one match. He didn't play in the match against Zimbabwe at Hobart. In fact, he also missed the West Indies match at the MCG. And really hasn't done that much with the bat. One has to look at him as an all-rounder, though. And more than that, he's the captain of the side, and there's a big impression on him. That was a good delivery. That one nipped back. I'm rather surprised. Ramiz Raja, watch this ball.
Bounced as well. He played it pretty well. He's getting behind the line. He's probably looking to work initially away on the offside, and then found it was coming back, and he had to jump and get a bit of bat there. The two slips very close. Both of them at second slip, and Reeve at first slip, supporting Stewart. Very close by Australian standards together. Not a big gap between first and second slip, or the wicketkeeper.
Ball off the edge and onto the pad, hence no appeal. He's just looking at the slips cordon there. They've decided that two slips is the order of the day. They've got the keeper there, then there's two slips for the outside edge, as well as the wicketkeeper, of course, and they're staggered. Notice both of them way in front of the wicketkeeper. That's the other section of the offside, and there, and behind square, and one here as well. So very well covered, that offside field. Encouragement given to Lewis by his captain to bowl just outside off stump. They've also got a third man on the onside. If he bowls straight, there are lots of gaps, and we've already seen Ramiz Raja hit the ball straight through the gap at mid-on. We've seen him hit the ball through that area for 4 from the other end. But that area is covered mid-wicket, just behind square, and the fine leg also very important. He's got a lot of area to cover down there. And this is a very fast outfield, so anything that goes fine, you'd almost say goodnight to. Lewis again. Nice and straight there by Raja. A maiden over. Good one from Lewis, 1 for 20. The art centre in the foreground there on the left-hand side. And the Yarra you can see.
It's a very important innings for Imran Khan here to lead from the front. He's won the toss, elected to bat. He's got years of experience. He's 39 years of age. For an all-rounder, he's got a very good batting average and an excellent strike rate. He's coming in early to try and see off the new ball to protect the middle order and the younger batsmen. Javed Miandad probably will bat at 4. And then Al-Haq at 5.
But he's going to have to play a little better than he's played in the previous matches. He's made 113 runs in this World Cup, faced 242 balls, and his average is 18.83.
This is a final. They always feel that the captain, the experienced captain, will play at his peak under enormous pressure and try and lead his team. Pakistan have never won a World Cup. This is their first ever final. And they've worked very hard to get to this final. Key matches, of course, were New Zealand in the semi-final and New Zealand in the game leading up to the semi-final, which really got them into the semi-final situation.
Yes, they only had 3 points after 5 matches. They've done well in the latter part of the competition as that one goes flying wide of the second slip there. Both of them diving away to his right, didn't quite make it. He's going to have to stand perhaps a little wider. Either that or take the glasses off.
Well, they are very, very close together, first and second slip, but that was well wide of both of them. It's an educated edge by Imran Khan. He gets away from the strike, and Pringle doing a great job for England. He's not an express bowler, but his line is right. It was right to Sohail, and now he's getting it right to the right-hander as well, not going down the leg side. Ramesh Raja on strike, and one slip goes out now, so Gooch just a bit concerned. He's been the man into short mid-wicket. You have to have 2 catching men in the first 15 overs, so just the one slip now, and a man coming into rather straight short mid-wicket position. Catching, he's the second of the catches, and the other one is a slip. So just some concern for Gooch. There's not enough movement to get the outside edge on this very good batting pitch.
Yes, they'll be aware that they were bowled out for 74 by England in that abandoned match in Adelaide. However, it's 1 for 21 here after 7. Quite a wide delivery there. Umpire Aldridge having a good long look at it. I'll tell you what, he very nearly went for it, didn't he? He's saying, don't do it again.
Chris Lewis has settled down well here. He's an excitable young cricketer. This one was just a fraction wide, but he's bowling very close to the stumps, and you could have played a shot in normal position there. It was a fair call, but I'm impressed now with the effort of Lewis here. He's backing up Derek Pringle, not trying to bowl too quickly, not too short. And he's quite sharp, quite keyed up and nervous, bowling to Imran Khan, the Pakistan captain.
Good ball, right up in the block hole. Well, England have a tremendous all-rounder in Chris Lewis. His average 26 and an economy rate there of 72, quite high. He's bowling at 4 for 30. That's his career record in one-day internationals. Had a few problems with injuries. Very important member of the side because he gives them batting depth. And he's quick as well. That's his World Cup record. Just the 9 matches and a better economy rate there.
And a good average. It's a brilliant field. I think that he sets the standard in the field for England. Fine. Well, he's only 24 here. He'll be a great player if he remains fit. But natural ability. He's an attacking cricketer. Superb athlete.
He's a tremendous all-rounder. Yes, well, he's going to call that wide. Fair enough. He's given him a warning. He bowled one that was quite wide and said, don't do it again. And he's done it again. And I must say, that's fair enough. Umpire Brian Aldridge from New Zealand, officiating at the members' end, just said that was a bit wide.
Umpire Aldridge and Backnell have had great World Cups. They're in-form umpires. They're confident. They're very clear with their decisions. The umpiring standard in the semi-finals and finals has been excellent.
Well, Imran Khan won the toss, and he told Graham Gooch that he'd be batting first. So Gooch is in the field with his England team. And that's how England got to the final. The abandoned match against Pakistan, the one I was referring to, is when they bowled Pakistan out for 71. 74, was it, on that real seamer's paradise in Adelaide. After that, it rained and the match was abandoned. And they certainly fell away at the end of the preliminary matches. They lost their last 2 matches, and that probably was largely due to the fact that they also had a lot of injury problems. It's not detracting in any way from New Zealand's performance. They've been one of the outstanding sides in this World Cup, played superbly. However, they're not here. Pakistan beat them. England beat South Africa. Well bowled. Well, just 1 wide off that over, and Pakistan remain on 1 for 22. Place 10 for only 1. Ramiz is on strike. 1 down the leg side, so it's called wide. So umpire Buckner adding 1 to the Pakistan total. They move on to 23. Tremendous crowd turned up today. The members in particular had to get here early because they didn't have reserved seats. All the seats in the Great Southern Stand were bought in advance, and so that stand now filling up very quickly. To take over the commentary, it's going to be Richie Benaud and David Garrett.
Thanks, Tony. Good afternoon, everyone. Another no ball called by Steve Buckner. So Derek Pringle wide, then called for overstepping the line. Afternoon, David.
Good afternoon, Richie. Good afternoon, all. And England have started very well here this afternoon. Just the odd little problems with wides and no balls. But apart from that, they've bowled very tightly. 1 wicket to fall so far, that of Amir Sohail. Five no balls, 2 wides, the tally so far in this Pakistan innings. Ramiz Raja, the batsman, looking very comfortable so far. Very experienced opener for Pakistan.
Yes, looked as though it had to be desperately close. Steve Buckner took his time, but Ramiz Raja, if he has a fault, it's that he goes across the crease in playing defensively and occasionally tries to push across through mid-on, and he has gone the 2nd wicket to fall in this Pakistan innings.
Derek Pringle will be very happy that this wasn't a no ball as well. Dead on target. Ball aimed right at middle stump there. Steve Buckner agrees with Derek Pringle's appeal. Pakistan are now 2 for 24.
Javed Miandad is the new batsman. Wonderful player, great experience, and already he's having a chat. It may be to his batting partner, it might be to the umpires if he can reach them, or it may be to Ian Botham in the background with the sunglasses. But Javed it is, and this is why he's there.
Derek Pringle dead on line. Ramiz moves across in front of those stumps. The ball hitting him on or around the roll of the pad. Perhaps the only doubt about the height of the ball, but Steve Buckner deciding the ball was on target, and it's the second wicket for Derek Pringle.
Umpires in this match: Steve Buckner from West Indies, Brian Aldridge from New Zealand. One of the problems with the use of umpires from all countries is that some umpires are debarred from standing in certain matches. For example, in the preliminary games, umpires from the country of a player concerned, country concerned in the game, wouldn't actually stand. And there is one umpire not out there today who must, I think, David, have been a very strong contender, and that would be David Shepherd, for the place in this final.
Yes, David Shepherd, one of England's best umpires. It's the reason he's here in Australia for the World Cup. Very good temperament, David Shepherd, and he umpired his own semi-final very well indeed. It's a tricky one. I mean, the idea being that, of course, you'd like the best umpires out there.
It's unusual for Lewis. Little fumble. Perhaps it was a slip at the start of his run to the left.
Chris Lewis has been one of the stars of the tournament in the field. Very naturally athletic, very quick over the ground. Didn't quite get his left hand onto this one. And that, by his high standards, counts as a mistake.
End of the over, and it's 2 for 25. 2 for 25. Imran has won, Javed has won. Imran's faced 11 balls so far. Amir Sohail out for 4. Ramiz Raja for 8. 2 for 25 in 9 overs completed. Javed about to face. Javed is wearing the light coloured helmet. Imran has on the darker helmet. This is Chris Lewis. No ball called by umpire Aldridge.
The England team today, again, of course, led by Graham Gooch. Alan Lamb keeps his place. Robin Smith apparently was declared fit, or decided he was fit enough to take part if required, but we heard that Graham Gooch and the England also drops out of the side in favour of Derek Pringle, who of course has taken the 2 wickets to fall.
Looked as though either it came off very slowly from the pitch, or it was Lewis's slower ball. His arm action seemed to be fast enough.
I think it was just a little extra bounce, in fact, that undid Javed Miandad on this occasion. There is a bit more bounce in this pitch than we've seen in many of the wickets that have been used in this World Cup tournament. And you see Javed there just looking a little bit askance at the bounce of that ball. Graham Gooch very happy with the look of the wicket earlier in the day. He's got no worries as to the fact that it'll last and maintain much of the same character throughout the day. Sneezing attack. This is no time to get hay fever, it's an important game.
Mid-on didn't pick it up all that quickly.
Javed Miandad having a slightly uncomfortable time here. Chris Lewis bowling very well at him. Completely mistimes this shot and lobs it towards mid-on. Looked afraid it's not quite in quickly enough to make a catch out of it.
Just lost in the background. Big crowd here today, but that is only a small section that would be behind the ball as it went towards De Freitas. And that is the slower ball.
Actually bowls a very good slow ball, Chris Lewis. Very deceptive. This one, Joe, has actually played this a lot better than the previous 2 deliveries.
Right into the mind of the bowler now. He's had him playing a little bit too soon at the last 3 deliveries. Got the last one right. Will this be the rip snorter delivered about 2 or 3 yards faster?
Chris Lewis has bowled a lot better in this game than he did in the semi-final against South Africa. His line and length were a little bit more astray on that day. But he's doing a good job now for Graham Gooch.
It's a half shout from Lewis trying to keep the batsman there from the single. It's 2 for 26 after 10.
Imran Khan promoted himself up the order to number 3 in Pakistan's semi-final at Auckland and played what many felt was a slow innings at Eden Park, which was later seen to be justified by his fellow batsman. That game, Javed Miandad saw Pakistan through to the end. He was not out at the end of their semi-final. He's been around a long, long time, 194 matches worth. Plenty of runs, a good average. Not a bad strike rate either. And one of the world's canniest one-day players.
The interesting thing about Javed's record in World Cup is that although he's not a great hitter of the ball, he's not a fling the bat and smash it down the ground, his strike rate is still 75 runs per 100 balls faced. That's the overall effort from him in the World Cups of 75, 79, 83, then the one in India and Pakistan, and this one here in Australasia.
And Imran Khan, again, very watchful at the start of his innings. Mind you, he's needed to be. Derek Pringle's maintained a good line and length. Chris Lewis has been very aggressive, very sharp at the other end. So England at the moment calling the shots, in control of the early phase of this game.
Another slower ball from Pringle this time, 2 for 26 still, and 11 overs gone.
Sunil, I think England must be very happy that Derek Pringle has got his fitness back.
Certainly, because not only has he got them those 2 early wickets, but he has also kept the lid on the scoring, kept Imran and Javed very, very quiet. Imran and Javed now looking to consolidate Pakistan's innings. 2 for 26 and 11. A very good start for England.
2 for 26, 11 overs gone. Amir Sohail out for 4, Ramiz Raja for 8. Imran and Javed each still on 1. Now the scoring rate has gone down from 4.75 to 4 to 3.33, now to 2.36.
Very productive 4th over of the innings, but since then England have really pegged it back. That first wicket, Amir Sohail virtually stopped the scoring, and again after the fall of Ramiz Raja's wicket, it's been a case of Imran Khan and Javed Miandad just happy to have a look at the bowling, make sure they don't lose any more wickets at a vital stage.
I'm not sure he got away with that. It's a question whether or not umpire Aldridge thinks he played a shot. The answer to that is yes.
Well, that's what umpire Aldridge thinks. Chris Lewis completely deceived Javed Miandad. A little bit of extra pace and angled in towards the leg stump. Javed Miandad gets his right leg right out of position. In fact, he's in no position to play a shot at the ball by the time he's finished. It's almost an involuntary stab with the bat. I suppose you could just say that he's tried to compensate, tried to get the bat across before it's too late. But it's hardly what you'd call an orthodox shot.
All these runs are very valuable. England have given away runs for no balls and wides already, and now 4 leg byes. I was on the spot, made the adjudication, and the total has gone up by 4.
And the other point, this outfield is very quick here at the MCG today. Anything that hits the gaps, that runs away like that, will get to the boundary very, very quickly indeed. Both umpire and fielder looking very relaxed.
2 for 30 and 12. And the Melbourne Cricket Ground not far away. The city is very close to the ground here. We have a camera in the Hotel Regent, which is just up in the near part of the city. Melbourne Tennis Centre has become enormously popular. And today the Great Southern Stand, the big one, far end, was opened.
That run rate shows just how much England are in control of these early overs. Of course, in this phase of the game, if possible, the early batsmen would look to be getting on with it, try and take advantage of the field as being up, the field as being there in catching positions, only if it's possible.
Imran will be trying to stay there until the swing goes away from the ball. It's not actually a very good swinging day out there. It's very hot. There's a stiff breeze blowing, but that's not necessarily going to assist the swing. Pringle and Lewis have each moved it just a little bit away from the right-handers. They're bowled in cutters as well. It's 2 for 30 off 13. For 30. 13 overs gone. Imran won. Javed has strike. He also has won. He's faced 16 balls compared with Imran's 23, and Botham comes on at the members' end.
Ian Botham, a man once again in the news. Ian Botham took the chance to get an early night in the night before the game here. Left the official pre-match dinner slightly earlier than anticipated, obviously to save his strength for this contest this afternoon.
Graham Goodsey, England skipper, lost the toss. Pakistan decided to bat. Welcome to B Sky B viewers, Sky Sports, and millions of viewers right around the world. Mnet, Caribbean Broadcasting Union, viewers in Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka.
There'll be a lot of viewers in England congregating all around the country in various different venues. Not every home has a Sky dish. They'll be dotted in pubs and clubs all around London, all around the country.
Javed has picked up the first single for some considerable time for Pakistan. Just 31 balls since the last scoring stroke.
Even Javed Miandad appreciates it's not quite the rate he'd like to be scoring at.
End of the over, 2 for 31. and is just playing very carefully at the moment. Many overs to go, and a very important game. Derek Pringle is about to bowl to Javed. Clive Rice is in the commentary box, and with him is Tony Cosey.
Thank you, Richie. So England very much on top in the early exchanges. They've got 2 early wickets, and they've brought together the 2 most experienced batsmen in this competition. So not now depending on these 2. Certainly nothing too much to get the big crowd here at the MCG excited yet. If you're an England supporter, you would have been satisfied with the start that's been made.
England have got off to a start I'm sure they were delighted with. Pringle has kept it really tight. He was injured in the game against South Africa, and he's come back now and taken the 2 wickets that England have been so keen to get.
Well, there's a confident appeal. Umpire Bucknor has been called into action several times.
And is just playing very carefully at the moment. Many overs to go, and a very important game. Derek Pringle is about to bowl to Javed. Clive Rice is in the commentary box, and with him is Tony Cosey.
Thank you, Richie. So England very much on top in the early exchanges. They've got 2 early wickets, and they've brought together the 2 most experienced batsmen in this competition. So not now depending on these 2. Certainly nothing too much to get the big crowd here at the MCG excited yet. If you're an England supporter, you would have been satisfied with the start that's been made.
England have got off to a start I'm sure they were delighted with. Pringle has kept it really tight. He was injured in the game against South Africa, and he's come back now and taken the 2 wickets that England have been so keen to get.
Well, there's a confident appeal. Umpire Bucknor has been called into action several times in the exchanges so far. He's given a caught behind, a leg before. He signalled a no ball from square leg, which negated the dismissal.
There's the ball hitting Javed, possibly a little bit high, going over the top, and umpire Bucknor not too happy with where that ball was going, so quite rightly gives Javed the benefit of the doubt.
And there's another one which must be very close, and the Englishmen are astonished this time as well that umpire Bucknor shakes his head.
This is a super spell by Pringle, and here the next ball also hits Javed straight on the pad, and that is very, very close and possibly just outside the off stump, but there's not much there for Javed. Oh, he's very, very close that, and Pringle very excited.
And now he gets called for a wide, so he won't be too happy with umpire Steve Bucknor at the end of this over, Derek Pringle.
Yes, there are 2 magnificent deliveries by Pringle, and then the next one, the umpire judges it as a wide. There it goes, far too wide for Javed to reach, and quite rightly so calls it the wide.
So he finally gets through a very exasperating over for Pringle. 2 for 32, and 15 overs have gone.
Well, it was supposed to be a batsman's paradise out there. Why is Pringle being so effective?
Because he's not really coming onto the bat as the batsman would like. He is varying his pace quite intelligently, moving the ball just a little bit and making it very, very difficult. The batsmen have to play a shot instead of guiding the ball, and that's what's making it difficult for the batsman.
Lovely day for the final of the World Cup here in Melbourne. MCG, perhaps not yet quite as full as we had been led to expect it would have been. But the Great Southern Stand opened officially before the start. Very colourful opening ceremony. And the crowd at 3 p.m. was 65,286. So there are a lot more people to come in if we're to get up towards the 90,000 they were talking about. But a number of people do come on after work here in Melbourne. And they'll be just waiting to see exactly what kind of target Pakistan set England.
Yes, I think the late comers will probably also be having a look to see what sort of congestion there's outside the ground to give them an opportunity of getting in.
And to gooch it mid-off. So the two Pakistani champions, they really have served Pakistan magnificently over the years, as has this man served England in Botham. That'll be signalled a wide. Too far down the leg side. Umpire Brian Aldridge from New Zealand. So England just straying somewhat, and having been called now for 7 wides. 36-year-old Ian Botham. His 111th one-day international. And just the pressure now beginning to tell here on Pakistan. Imran giving the charge, but he hadn't scored before that run for 23 deliveries.
Imran Khan there, a little bit desperate, getting on down the wicket to see if he can't change the length that Ian Botham's bowling at, and he's now starting to just play a few shots and get a bit more positive.
Well, 15 overs gone, but England keeping on the pressure here. They've only got 2 men outside the field restricting area. One in that area, well, in that general area, down at fine leg. And there's one at third man, but all the others still inside the 30-meter perimeter. And the Pakistanis struggling to get it through.
Javed Miandad here also needs to try and accelerate the rate.
So just 2 runs off the over. Pakistan continue to struggle at 2 for 34. So we have a second change. Derek Pringle coming back into the England team after injury has done them proud. He comes off, and Philip de Freitas coming on from the end with the Southern Stand behind him. Pringle with those outstanding figures. He really has had a tremendous World Cup tournament, and England would have been glad that they've got him back from injury.
Philip de Freitas now having taken over from Pringle. He was a decisive in the contest against South Africa, and there you see his World Cup figures. He's got 11 wickets, but they against South Africa 1 for 41, Zimbabwe 1 for 14. He's been very, very tight and bowled very accurately for England in this World Cup.
Philip de Freitas was a member of the England team in the 1987 World Cup competition in India and Pakistan. Played on the losing side in the final on that occasion when Australia beat England at Eden Gardens in Calcutta. England, in fact, have been to the final of the World Cup twice. Pakistan have never got this far. reached the semi-finals 3 times without passing and going on to the finals. They've won a number of other competitions. They won the Nehru Cup in India, which involved all 7 test countries, in fact, in India in 1988. They've also won a number of tournaments in Sharjah, and never the big one. It's not only been exasperating for the Pakistan batsmen, they just can't break free here, but also for the crowd.
But there's Pink Panthers, and they're encouraging Pakistan to get on with it. The run rate here, you see that 4th over, extremely good one of 10, but since then Pakistan have languished down. The best over being 1 of 4, otherwise almost a run per over, and England really applying the brakes after the 4th over. The Freitas to keep that up.
Well, he fished at the outswinger. A fine over from De Freitas. The pressure is kept on by England. 2 for 34.
My vote went to Sunil Gavaskar in that match. Sunil, it's been a great start by England, very professional, tight, and it's almost uncharted territory for Pakistan. They've not lost both openers cheaply before.
Yes, either Ramiz or Amir Sohail has got the runs, but this time both of them gone cheaply. And therefore, Imran and Javed finding it difficult. England, of course, being very professional, bowling a good line and length, not bowling any wide balls where they can have a go either with the cut or the drive. They have overstepped a bit, maybe trying a little too hard, but by and large, England well in control at this stage.
We saw Miandad playing an unusually subdued role in the semi-final, allowing Inzamam to do all the striking, and it was a slightly different role because Javed's a real run-getter.
Yes, he likes to take his own time. But the best part about Javed's batting is the fact that he's such a good runner between the wickets. But over here, he's finding even getting the singles a little difficult.
Okay, let's go back to commentary.
But Botham has now decided that he'll drop the men out square, both on the offside and on the onside. So there's the man out on the sweeper position, the deep cover. Fine leg, and then there's one out at deep mid-wicket. Javed will look for 2 here, he'll get them. Pringle, not the fastest of the England fielders, coming in from long leg, and he's also had a longish spell in this heat, Derek Pringle, so he rather laboured in to pick it up.
Now that England are defending a bit more and having the extra man out, just a few more gaps for the Pakistan batsmen to score the singles. Javed Miandad, who's very quick between wickets, and he will be able to pick them up and pick up 2s, particularly on this big outfield, where if he hits the ball and times it perfectly, he can pick up the 2.
Well, there's a little bit of fumbling in the field, which offers some relief to the Pakistanis. Dermot Reeve just letting that one through.
It's Javed attempting to drive it through the cover field there. Reeve just doesn't manage to quite get hold of it. Javed gets through for the single. Imran there, taking the 2 once again, down to Pringle. He's just a little bit slow on that big boundary, trying to defend it. And Ian Botham was not very happy about the fact that they're picking up 2s down there. He would certainly only like a single here.
So they've got 2 to Imran, and early in the over 2 to Javed Miandad, who's very adept in that area. Down the ground, over the top he goes, and that will go all the way. So 9 runs off the over, a big one for Pakistan after being really pinned down, and the score 2 for 43. So good over for Pakistan, the last one from Ian Botham, 9 runs coming off it, 2 for 43, and had it not been for so many extras, they would have been in even more strife. 18 of them. Refer to continue. Melbourne Cricket Club has put out a release here. This is at 3 p.m. We were advised by City of Melbourne Council officials that all car parks in the Yarra Park are now full and closed. And it goes on, patrons already on their way to the MCG in cars should seek alternative parking and complete the trip on public transport. So all of you watching your television sets in your cars, that's the message for you. To this coverage going live all through Australia on the 9 network and all over the world on the various networks which have joined us. Must have been close to a wide. Javed just gives it a look. Umpire Steve Bucknor, who has been under pressure, but an umpire who will know all about pressure, in fact. Not only has he stood in this World Cup, but he's already refereed a World Cup soccer game in San Salvador. And if you're refereeing soccer in San Salvador in a qualifying World Cup game, you're, I'm sure, accustomed to pressure. El Salvador against the Dutch Antilles was the match. And you will well remember the war between El Salvador and Honduras was started back in the 1960s, or was it the 70s, as a result of a soccer match.
There you've got Philip de Freitas, age 26, and his economy rate of 64.5 per 100 balls. He's very economical, and you see 82 wickets that he's taken in the 73 matches he's played. De Freitas in the World Cup, he's got 23 wickets in only the 18 matches that he's played, and there his economy rate is not a great deal different to his overall record of 63.6, but he's been around for a while, having played against the West Indies 87, 88, in 18 matches, quite a few in the World Cup. He's quite an experienced campaigner.
End of the over, 2 for 44. Clive Rice was making the very interesting point a while ago that all the countries, with the exception of Sri Lanka and India, which have taken part in this World Cup, are in one way or another conceding runs in that area just behind square. 9 runs taken off him in the last over. And the England team contains a number of players who were born in other countries which have participated here: South Africa, Zimbabwe, the West Indies. Oh, that's a fine shot. Beautifully placed and timed, and there's a long chase here for two fielders, but they could run 4 here if they're quick about it. I'm sure Javed had someone else with him, but Imran just content with the 3. Fine shot.
Javed very strong on the leg side. Just clipping this one away, timing it beautifully through the mid-wicket region and picking up 3 there. Both are not very happy, but he's just starting to concede runs.
But he got a duck against his native country in the World Cup competition. Zimbabwe winning that match in the qualifying round. Alan Lamb, born in South Africa, but having lived a long time in England, in fact, he's capped in England in Test and One-Day Internationals. Struck it well, but straight to Lam at mid-on to end the over at 2 for 49. So 2 for 49 off 20 overs, and Pakistan having lost the openers early. Really trying to consolidate here. A lot of discussion as to whether Imran should have batted 3, and should have batted 3 in the way he did against New Zealand in the semi-final.
Yes, you wonder, Tony, with Imran's tactics here. Both Imran and Javed score runs or bat in a similar sort of fashion where they don't really accelerate quite as Inziman and Salim Malik and Wasim Akram, whether he might not have just split himself and Javed up and maybe got someone in there who could really accelerate this run rate, which is pretty slow at present.
That's a fine deflection, beautifully played by Javed Miandad. He really is a deft worker of the ball. Just use the pace of it, little deflection, 4 runs all the way.
Javed Miandad looking to get the ball down in this fine leg area. He gets really inside it and places it absolutely perfectly down in the fine leg gap there, where fine leg's got no chance of picking it up.
Just past the diving short. It's very fine, but there will be a stop on the boundary down there by Illingworth. Just have come off the 5 pad. It did, in fact. Umpire Bucknor making the signal, so more extras. Javed annoyed with himself that he didn't get the touch onto it.
It's Javed Miandad really working this area down to fine leg, getting right outside it, and he's really just trying to get it down there as fine as possible. Illingworth getting a boot on it.
It's in the air, there's a top edge and a possible catch, and beautifully held but dropped. Well, he seemed to have got hold of it, went off the top edge, a difficult swirling catch for Graham Gooch, and he seemed to have got his hands to it and held on, but then it popped out once he hit the ground.
He's going to flick the ball on the leg side. Gooch setting off after it, ran as fast as he can, dives, thought he had it, and oh, he just bobbled out of his fingers right at the end. Then he was going for it again. He never really had it. He never really had it, but that is a very difficult catch.
End of the over. 2 for 57.
There's a little bit of turn on the track next to the pitch they're actually playing on. Interesting to see if he can make it spin that much. And he actually delivers one to Imran Khan. Keeper there, Alex Stewart, getting the angles right for Graham Gooch. And the man at deep backward square, and the man out at deep cover point, hitting them just in the right spot. In fact, the skipper is on the long off boundary. Imran has shown that he's looking to pick up the run rate, and this might be just the appropriate moment to do it.
Master manipulator in the white helmet out there, Javed. He'll just push and wheedle his way around there, just guiding the ball out of the reach of the infielders. All the time looking for two.
Wasn't pleased with his captain for not running two, and he had every right to be unhappy. Imran had his gloves off when he was running. I don't know if he was running slowly because of that. It certainly should have been two for Javed's previous shot.
Outfield is very fast here today.
Well taken by Alex Stewart. It's 2 for 60 after 22. Very unpredictable side, Pakistan. I think that's probably what makes them so fascinating to watch, Richie. You never quite know what you're going to get.
Well, one thing you do know about this game is that each team started off at even money, even though Ladbrokes in London had England 11 to 8 on. Basically, each team would be even money, except for someone who has to make a book. And England, certainly predictable, solid and professional. Pakistan could do anything. They could be absolutely brilliant, or there could be problem areas here and there. They have two men in at the moment, Javed and Imran. Back home in Pakistan, everyone watching this telecast will be comfortable with the fact that those two men are in the centre of the mat. Still 5 men inside that fielding circle, 3 on the offside and 2 on the on. And one of the men on the boundary behind square leg is Richard Illingworth. Neil Fairbrother was the other. And Gooch is going to keep him back there now. To Fairbrother's the fielder, and a good piece of fielding, but a poor throw. It's 2 for 63 and 23.
That's a good save by the bowler. Desperation there.
Imran has picked out this gap. Pushed the ball there in the last over. Just a little gentle push needed to get between the bowler and the fielder at extra cover. Well fielded. Imran was beaten in the flight, still managed to get the bat on it, and a great piece of fielding.
He gave the bowler the charge. Appeared to slip as he hit the shot. This is the 5th World Cup final. Imran Khan and Javed have played in all 5 World Cups. This is their first final. We've had some quite high-scoring cup finals. The first one, a very high-scoring affair between the West Indies and Australia. 291 to the West Indies, 274 to Australia. West Indies then made 286 in the 79 final. England just 194 in reply. Then we had a low-scoring match in 83 when India made 183 and beat the West Indies. And he made 140. And then Javed's looking for 2. Imran doesn't want it. And then we had a high-scoring affair in Calcutta. Australia scoring 253 and England in reply falling just 7 runs short, making 246. Bear in mind that the first 3 finals played in England were 60-over matches. The one in India was a 50-over match. It's 2 for 65. Thick handle that Imran uses. Very warm day in Melbourne for the Cup final.
We already had one moment of drama here today when Ramesh Raja was caught at point by Hick, trying to square cut, and the ball just gently dollied out to Hick. No trouble in taking the catch, but umpire Buckner had called no ball because it was above shoulder height. And then 2 of the England players tried to run out Ramesh Raja, which is impossible once he's not attempting to run. He's leaving stumps under the misapprehension. Their Fairbrother, the fielder, and that's a better throw. Good stuff.
It was good work to restrict them to a single there because it was on Neil Fairbrother's right hand. I thought they might take the chance and go for a second.
This telecast is going to many countries, and it's going to all states in Australia. Normally, the state of origin, in this case Melbourne, wouldn't be getting it. That is the incident we were talking about. Ball up above shoulder height. Hick took it, then decided to try and run out the batsman, who wasn't attempting a run and had left his stumps under the misapprehension. Fairbrother again. They got a comfortable 2 this time, and on that replay we just showed you, Steve Buckner also doing a very good job as umpire because he was calling the dead ball. 2 for 70.
Sure, they would have been hoping for a few more. It's a very good piece of work there by Steve Bucknor of Jamaica, with that no ball from Chris Lewis, and Ramesh Raja was caught in the gully. It was a good call for the no ball. First up, a good early call. Steve Bucknor, probably more than most umpires, would have been well and truly aware that the batsman couldn't be run out, because in the Caribbean, Dean Jones was given out run out when he was bowled off a no ball. Now you see that Hick throws the ball at the stumps, and immediately Buckner is signalling dead ball. And he was walking in very quickly to let the players know what the situation was. Very good umpiring.
And it will have rung a bell with Dean Jones, because this telecast is being shown in Melbourne, where Dean lives. He'll have gone through every moment of it. His mind will have flashed back to Georgetown, where Steve Bucknor wasn't standing on that day.
Phil de Freitas.
Don't be misled by the fact that Jarvid is wearing his sleeveless sweater out there. It is 31 degrees. Botham the fielder coming in from cover point. Neil Fairbrother is in at extra cover. Gooch has the men moving in very quickly there, and they're covered by two others doing the boundary riding.
It's 2 for 74 after 26 overs.
And that man once again at mid-wicket, saving a single.
Phil de Freitas, no. Had a bit of good fortune, particularly Imran. He was dropped by Graham Gooch and almost holed out there to the bowler.
Been England's best bowler on many occasions in this World Cup, Philip de Freitas. Came in the most recent game and bowled a lovely spell of 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28. It's against South Africa in the semi-final.
The 50 partnership between these two players took 107 balls. Good placer of the ball, Jarvid.
The thing you have to do, get the bat or the pad, anything at all on the ball if it's too good for you to hit for 4 or 3 or 2. Just make sure you pick up the single, the available opportunity.
Just 2 runs off the over. It's 2 for 76. And struggling with a run rate of just under 3.
There's the placement again, but these two players now are going to have to start thinking very seriously about, if not giving it a thrash, at least starting to punch it down the ground to make Gooch change his field. They're now into the 28th over, so it's not leaving much for the others.
A bit fortunate to get away with a couple of short, wide ones, Richard Illingworth. I think actually Imran's trying to get the ball through the gap at point because there's a man at deep cover. He's trying to get the boundary. Gooch, but it's way over his head and well back into the members.
So what they have to do, those areas straight down the ground, is such a strong driver and hitter of the ball, Imran Khan.
That'll do wonders for their run rate. It's a bit under 3 per over. That was a marvellous hit. He hit it straight at Gooch, but it was way back there into the members. 15 rows back.
It was a very interesting stroke because it was extremely risky, as distinct from risky. Very risky shot. Almost looked for a moment as though he got too close to it. It's 2 for 85 and 28.
Well, a good stroke on quite a big ground.
Well, just what the doctor ordered for Pakistan. Imran Khan. It's a big hitter.
Many people he can blame for that either. 2 for 87 it is in the 29th here at the MCG. Look to Freitas as the bowler. And it'll be Javed taking strike.
Alan Lamb into the side today. Must have been a toss-up between Lamb and Robin Smith. Smith struggling a bit with a back injury. He's got that pretty fine. And that's the 1,000 in World Cup cricket for Javed.
First one to reach it. And it'll come as no surprise to his admirers around the cricket world that he's been so consistent. He's played since 1975. And now 1,001 runs. First man.
Just flashed it up on the board, and Javed acknowledging the applause. Steve Bucknor was moving away as the bowler appealed.
So when you think you see something on television you reckon is absolutely plumb, it may not be quite.
A lot depends on these two now. Having used up the balls, they're going to have to kick on. Well, certainly one of them is. What a player Javed Miandad is. He's been absolutely brilliant over the years. And I really do believe that he's got to play at the same pace. He'll just quicken it up and play through the innings. And his captain, Imran, coming in at 3, is going to have to be the man to go for it. Javed won't. He's a magnificent runner between the wickets. And he's a good placer. They need his 2s and 3s. So here's a short ball. It's the third really short delivery Illingworth's bowled to him, and he's hit it straight to point again. So he's struggling a bit with his placement, although he's hit 1 or 2 magnificent shots. Well bowled. Well, Clive, what's your prediction on what he's going to do now?
Yes, good afternoon, Tony. Good afternoon, viewers. Yes, Imran now, he's the man. He's the man who's got to really accelerate for Pakistan. He can hit the ball, as we've seen, where he hit Illingworth over Graham Gooch at Madon for 6. So he can really strike it about. And Javed's got to bet through the innings, as he's done, to get Pakistan into the final.
That's a better over for England. He scored 9 off the 2 previous overs and only 2 off that one. 2 for 96. It's interesting that Stewart has decided to stand up for Reeve. That's going to stop Imran from charging down the wicket. He's a medium pacer and has played in all bar one match. Didn't play against Zimbabwe, so he's one of the players who can say that when he's been in the England side, they haven't been beaten in this World Cup.
Dermot Reeve varies his pace. He's full of tricks to try and fool the batsman. Bowls slow deliveries, bowls from wide of the crease, and as a result doesn't make it easy for batsmen to score off him.
He's got a magnificent change of pace. In fact, he also played in the match against New Zealand where they lost in Wellington, but he only bowled 3 overs in that match. He's a useful cricketer. Yeah, certainly can hit them too. He scored 25 runs off 14 balls in the match against South Africa at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Very useful that was. He's got that into the gap. Fast outfield. Will it get there? No, it won't. That brings up the 100 off 192 balls, and Pakistan are 2 for 100. Another short delivery, and once again Imran sending Javed back. He's not the greatest runner between the wickets. He's not, when I say not the greatest, he's not that quick these days. Javed really would have got a single comfortably, had a quick man down the other end. Good one for that shot right into the gap. De Freitas does well. A lovely arm. He's very often given that job of sweeper to cover all the ground down there, mainly because he's got a magnificent arm.
This Imran Khan there is looking to try and hit the ball straight with 2 men out on long off and long on, and that's an easy single for him to give Javed the strike back.
Once again to that backward point, and Lamb allowed to go just a little deeper there because he knows that Imran is not necessarily going to go scampering through for a single. Took that one very firmly down to mid-off. Pringle the fieldsman, and he has to bowl it in. He's really struggling with his shoulder.
Imran quite keen to get Javed to run a second there, but Javed would have nothing of it.
Javed will be looking for 2 here. Will he come back? No, he won't. So just 3 off the over, nicely taken by Stewart. Pakistan move on to 2 for 103. Dermot Reeve continuing, and Pakistan, I'm sure, beginning to wonder whether they're going to be able to get enough runs here. The wicket is good, the outfield is fast, and that with all that experience, he's out there with his captain. They know what's required. Well fielded. Both of them moving very quickly to his right there.
Ian Botham here is in short extra cover, and he's moving very well to actually save that hard drive by Miandad.
He's got his fans on the ground. It's a slow one, but picked by Javed. Nicely placed there. He'll come back for the second. They'll go for Imran. Oh, I tell you what. For a second it looked as if he'd actually put his bat in the way of that ball. Let's see if we can pick up his actions here as this one comes in. It's one thing letting the ball hit you. Tell you what, just a little naughty that. Looked to me as if he had his bat there and actually moved his bat in the direction of the ball. That is definitely not on. You can be given out. And given that obstructing the field if it is deemed that you've interfered with the ball. You can see there his bat sort of went down. Mind you, having said that, he was trying to get his bat in as well.
Yes, Imran there was running, and I think he suddenly found that the ball was going to get to the wickets before he was going to be in his crease. So then he had to actually make a lunge towards the crease, and as a result it looked as though he was hitting the ball and obstructing the field, but he was in a difficult position.
Wide outside, off stump and given wide. Well, that's an interesting one. Dermot's a little frustrated with it, but Java definitely had it covered. A little chat there with Stewart. It was wide, actually. It's good timing. So that one down to it off gives Javed 1. He's also scored 500 runs now at the MCG, and Pakistan at 2 for 109.
The urgency of the situation now dawning on Imran as he goes for the
letting the ball hit you.
Tight second run, and then when he finds that the ball is
still quite a lot of seats in that Great Southern Stand that are vacant. That's because the ticket holders are either at work or, as you saw there, rowing on the Yarra. In the air, but well placed. He's a master at the placement of a cricket ball. Very good shot for 1 run that was. Wide of the fieldsman. Imran again taking it nice and easy.
This Javed Miandad, yeah, placing it absolutely perfectly, so there wouldn't be a catch.
Yes, those of you who have fathers or husbands or wives coming to the ground, tell them not to bother with a car, because the car parks are full. There are the car parks in the area surrounding the ground, and I can tell you one of the great things about this ground is there's plenty of car parking, but today is an exceptional day. The ground is almost full at the moment, but there's no parking left. Lots of seats on a tram, no doubt, or a train. 3 o'clock here, there were 65,000 people in the ground. That's absolutely unbelievable. And one considers that Lords has as many, Lords in England that is, has as many people in the city as Australia does in the whole country. And they have a capacity of about 25,000, perhaps 28. 4 runs off the over. Pakistan getting decided to bat first, 2 for 113. Imran fighting the gap there. That area is covered. And for those of you just tuning in to this telecast, Imran Khan won the toss, decided to bat first because he thought that conditions were ideal for batting. And it's a very warm welcome to those of you watching through Sky Sports in the UK, through Mnet in South Africa, Prime Star. That's hit away. This could be out. No, it'll be over his head. De Freitas has come in a little bit too far, over his head and into the fence for 4. Javed going for the big one there, managing to get it just over the top of Philip De Freitas' head. That's his third boundary. What a good shot that was.
De Freitas here just wandered in a little bit, and Javed picked that up and hit it right over his head and made it impossible for him to get it.
So I think Javed realising now that he too has got to start turning it on, because Imran's not going to be taking that responsibility on his own. Look at him, he's chatting away the Stewart there.
This Javed has to have someone to talk to in the field. It's not his own player. It'll be the wicket keeper or the bowler. Someone has to be in the firing line there. Imran there, I'm sure he is listening to what Javed has got to suggest, because he's got no option really.
So he'll be looking also down towards that long on boundary. If he gets anything that's reasonably well pitched up. Well, that's in the air, it's gone high, it's going to land between the two of them. Yes, it does. That's a very, very lucky Imran Khan on that occasion. A good bit of bowling there, slightly slower. He tried to hit it to mid-on, but it went straight up and bounced right between Botham and the middle fieldsman.
Yes, Imran can be thankful he's miscued this one. Attacking the straight boundary, he miscued it, and he's placed it perfectly in between the two fielders.
Well, he's got that one away beautifully. Nice and fine, that'll be 4. That is a bad ball. And that's also the 100 partnership. That one flicked away beautifully by Imran, fine for 4. 2 for 127. They've certainly put on 100. They're still there, and that means that they've got a lot of batting to come. Perhaps they could have been just a little quicker and still had a bit of batting to come. But have a look at those figures, especially Pringle's figures, 2 for 13. Oh, and a little stutter there, and in comes the throw. But really it was at the other end there was going to be a problem. Javed said yes, Imran stuttered, Javed stuttered. But it didn't really matter because the throw didn't hit the stumps.
Yes, Javed just judging it nicely, pushing it down wide of Fairbrother there, and there's a single.
Javed out of the traps quickly there. So they're starting to run those ones now to backward point. Lamb will probably come in just a little bit, try and surprise them. That's the backward point fieldsman. That's the area there. They'll be looking to get one. It's well bowled. A little bit of variation.
Is Javed quite keen to just get enough bat on it so that he can pick up these runs? There's the partnership, 103 runs. Javed just attempting to just get the right weight on it so that he can get that single or push it in the gap and pick up 2. Pakistan definitely looking to accelerate their rate.
That's his 50. 91 balls for his 50. Settles for 1 as the throw comes in over the bails. So Javed Miandad, who so often sets the pace for his side in these matches, he's obviously decided he's going to bat right through this innings, and when it gets to the last 10 overs, he'll really cut loose. Slowly but surely his strike rate is lifting. Very firmly smashed away and fumbled there. Underneath the scoreboard it goes, and so that means it's 4. Well, Pringle got to it very comfortably, just bobbed out of his hands. 7 runs from the over, 2 for 132.
Reggie, those sight screens actually on the ground, and they are part of the boundary. So once the ball hits it or goes under it, that is a boundary. If it hits it on the fly, almost at the top of the sight screen, it's still a 4, not a 6.
Welcome back. So 36 overs have been bowled now. Salim Malik to come, then in Zaman Al-Haq, Wasim Akram, they can all bat. Moin Khan, Ijaz Ahmed, plenty of batting. And while there's plenty of batting, Gooch has got to think about the bowling side of things. And he's going to bring Lewis back into the attack. He bowled a magnificent spell, 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10. So he's got 4 to go. He's taken Reeve out of the attack, 3 overs for 21, his figures.
Yes, Lewis bowled very well in his opening spell. 6 overs for only 10 runs, 2 maidens included in it. He's got to try and break this hold that Miandad and Imran have. They just looking to accelerate, having had their drinks, and they're starting to play well.
Well, he's really going for it. You don't often see Javed play that sort of shot. He's obviously trying to paddle that one over the top of mid-on down to the long-on boundary with a horizontal bat. You can see how he follows through there. Hits it down, mind you, at the last minute, because he'd realised perhaps that it was a slightly different pace than what he was expecting. But there's no one down the ground for Imran, so Gooch encouraging Imran to go for the big one straight. See if he does it. Slower ball. Yes, that area all the way around there is what Imran will be looking for. He'll be looking to hit one up and into the stand, either that side or that side, although they're moving a fieldsman back now in that direction. He'll still hit it dead straight if he wants. Good shot. That's his 50. And that may get to the boundary too. Lightning outfield. 88 balls for his 50. 4 fours, 1 6.
Imran Khan, who showed his intentions of ball before, and Gooch read it, put a long on out, but he had him a little bit too wide there. And Imran Khan, there 52 runs off 88 balls, a strike rate of 59.1. He's shown his intentions here now.
Oh, he sent him back, and quite right too. Imran wanted one there that is badly misjudged by him. I don't think he realised that the fielder was coming in very, very quickly. Dermot Reeve at backward point was in like a flash.
Yes, Imran Khan looking to pick up the single just square of the off. Ran it a bit finer, and Dermot Reeve was right in there. And just as well Javed sent him back, because Pakistan don't need to lose a wicket now that these two have got themselves set.
Oh, and he got a little touch on that one, but it went straight down, and it was difficult to gather to. Back comes the throw, and they've got to buy signal there. I thought he got a nick on that one. Let's have another look at it.
Yes, yeah, he bowls a slower ball, and he definitely got an edge on that, and just bounced in front of Alex Stewart. But it was very difficult for him to gather. There you see it again from another angle, and yes, he did get a touch on it, but it was 2 runs.
Yes, and it didn't carry to the keeper, so it wasn't a chance. He fumbled it because it bounced just in front of him, quite hard to gather. Much better delivery, bang on target. 7 runs from that over. It's the end of Lewis's comeback over. 2 for 139. Illingworth is going to continue. Left arm orthodox bowler he is. In the commentary, it's going to be Tony Cozier, and with him, David Gower.
Thank you, Tony. So the crowd being brought to life now with the Pakistani innings gathering momentum. was a very slow period at one stage. In fact, there was a bit of slow hand clapping. Got it through. That's not quite where he wanted, but effective enough. And there's a long chase up there for Lamb. And they'll easily get 3.
A little bit of width from Richard Illingworth. And Imran Khan gave himself even more space. A little bit of outside edge in this one. Found the gap, went over the top.
It's a very unorthodox shot from Javed Miandad, but he's getting the ball away now. He's really propelling the score along, and he seems well in control, certainly in gathering runs, but he doesn't seem that well. He's just looked back to the dressing room and seemed to have signaled for something. He hasn't been well recently. In fact, he had to miss some of the matches early on because of a virus infection. He'll have to come back for 2 here again.
These two have certainly stepped up the scoring rate recently. They were a long time getting going. Poor old Jalil Miandad there, obviously suffering. No one can do his batting for him. He's got to battle on out there. Again, Imran Khan gives himself plenty of space, aiming through this off stump, this ball very straight. And he's 2 or 3 feet outside leg stump there when he hits that ball.
And there's no question this time that Javed Miandad is settled on 1. He's distressed out there. It's 2 for 147. Javed Miandad is signalled to the dressing room, and in fact there is a runner coming onto the ground. Amir Sohail is coming out. Javed has come across to the square leg umpire Brian Ulrich. He would have already had a discussion with Steve Bucknor and Graham Gooch, and Amir Sohail, the left-handed opening batsman who went very early today, has come out to run for him.
Miandad's been rubbing his stomach, so that's obviously where the problem is. It must be a recurrence of his earlier ailments that he's had on this tour. It's a very hot day out there, and that's enough to drain even the fittest man.
He's beaten the mid-off fielder for 4 more. That's where he found the boundary in the last over. He's repeated the shot. Imran's going.
Just a well-timed off drive from Imran Khan. Full length delivery from Chris Lewis, but he's been hit very hard indeed, and Graham Gooch at mid-off was unable to get across in time to stop it. Gooch on the edge of the circle there, some 40-odd metres away from the bat, but the ball travelling too fast for him.
And that's down the ground, but this time it's going to be covered by the long-on fielder, and they'll just have to be satisfied with 2. So the 150 raised for Pakistan, and the measure of the way that their scoring rate has increased. The first 50 took them 129 deliveries, came in the 21st over. The second 50 off just 63 deliveries, and this third 50 has taken them 43. This is the 39th over of the innings.
And the Pakistani scoring chart, very quiet there when those 2 wickets fell early in the innings, and it took Miandad and Imran a long time to get going, but now they've got into their stride. Some more productive overs coming out.
And this time to the left of Gooch, so Lewis is proving expensive here. Javed Miandad may be distressed up there by illness, but he still can put away a full toss.
They might not want to run, Javed, and that could be dangerous for England, because if he keeps striking boundaries like this, and that run rate's going to go up even further. This time Chris Lewis lets him have a full toss, and Graham Gooch starting to feel very vulnerable at mid-off.
Now Graham Gooch has gone back, so for him to have gone back, he has moved the fine leg up into the semicircle. Just got the tips of the fingers to it. It got to him on the bound. And a single to Javed. These two certainly have played magnificently.
Lewis still keeping the ball up to the bat, and that just didn't quite carry back to him. The bounce has defeated his attempt to field the ball. Chris Lewis still making adjustments to his own field, bringing Philip de Freitas a little squarer at deep square leg.
So Chris Lewis has come back 18 runs off the 2 overs he's had since he's come back. It's 2 for 160. Crowd building all the time here. It's now 10 minutes past 5 o'clock in Melbourne, so many spectators will be coming down from work in the city of Melbourne, very close by here. Crowd at 3 o'clock was 65,000 just after the start of play, half an hour into play, 65,000. Estimates are that it will build up to between 80 and 90,000 given that figure. Certainly the weather will encourage the crowd to come down.
If Javed Miandad and Imran Khan can keep this partnership going through these last 10-11 overs, then there's every chance that Pakistan will be able to get up to 230, 240. And that'll be a good total, good target for England to chase. And there are still people like Salim Malik, and of course the new Pakistan hero Inzamam ul Haq. He's still in the pavilion waiting to come in.
And Javed has gone to the reverse sweep, a shot which he has made almost his own. That reverse sweep straight to Botham at point, and Illingworth gets the wicket, and Javed Miandad, who for the last half an hour or so of his innings has been distressed and needed a runner, out in this rather unusual fashion.
It's not quite timed this, which is not entirely surprising. It's gone straight to Ian Botham at point. Miandad attempting to give this quite a heavy hit, the reverse sweep, but he's out, and Pakistan are 3 for 163.
And needed a runner out in this
well, does
rather
it remind you of
fashion.
the similar shot in the last World Cup final when Gatting was out first ball that Alan Border bowled, and that probably cost England the match.
The Habib Bank team, and certainly one innings over in New Zealand has given him a tremendous reputation. Come in because of this dismissal.
Normally the reverse sweep that Javed Miandad played is quite a gentle shot. This occasion he's really tried to hit it quite hard, but hasn't timed it, hasn't got hold of it properly. Ian Botham in the sunglasses has no trouble with it whatsoever.
He's beaten the backward point fielder. If it doesn't get there, they can run 4, but it will get there. Outfield quite fast, and Imzaman gets off the mark with a boundary.
The ground staff have worked very hard in preparing the MCG for this final, and the outfield is probably the quickest it's been all season. Certainly the quickest it's been for this tournament, and Ul Haq makes his intentions known. There's 10 overs left. He's not going to hang around, he's in good form. He's a natural striker of the ball, very quick scorer, very quick scoring rate he has.
And he's got it through this time to the right of Lamb. There's a long run for him. Again, the possibility here of running 4. But they only get 3. So the end of Richard Illingworth's spell, 10 overs, no wicket for 50. Correction, 1 for 50, and it's 3 for 170.
Considering the breaks that were put on in the middle of the England or the Pakistan innings, those figures are 1 for 50, not too good reading for England.
Certainly not, particularly those 7 runs of those last 2 deliveries spoiled Richard Illingworth's figures. But then Inzamam Ul Haq must be very, very confident of after his brilliant innings against New Zealand in the semi-finals.
So coming into the last 10 overs of the Pakistan innings, they won the toss, had that very uncertain start, losing the 2 openers early, and a very deliberate partnership between Imran and Javed Miandad just to ensure that they didn't lose any more. And the graph of their run rate started to climb very significantly from the 30th, 35th over onwards. Zaman has now come in, and he will take strike. Change in bowling, and it will be Philip de Freitas.
Outside the line, Steve Button on this occasion able to smile away this appeal from Philip de Freitas. Inzamam moving quite a long way across his stumps there, and the ball comfortably outside the off stump when it hit him on the pad. And de Freitas has replaced Chris Lewis, who was quite expensive in his last over. Graham Gooch able to work the changes with his side. There are plenty of bowlers in this side, plenty of options open to him.
Looking for a second. Lewis is the fielder, but he's not fast enough, and in the end those 2 runs taken very comfortably.
Chris Lewis there bowled a very good opening spell, but expensive 13 runs off his last over. Slightly sullied his figures, but still not bad figures, 28 off those 8. But he can contribute whenever he's in the field there. Very quick over the ground, key fielder for England.
Won't go for the second this time, even though the return from Neil Fairbrother is uncharacteristically low. Usually he's right over the top of the stumps. Accuracy here just a little bit weak.
Very straight, but just a little short there for Alex Stewart, England wicketkeeper. And Neil Fairbrother just questioning where exactly he needs to stand. Philip de Freitas suggesting that he might need to be a little bit closer. In fact, Fairbrother moves a few yards wider.
That fine leg is very close in, and once it passed him, it goes all the way. The outfield is very fast today, leg byes, but they're very valuable and there have been a lot of extras in this Pakistan innings to boost it.
De Freitas can't afford to stray in line at all down the leg side there. His long legs up on the edge of the circle. That's actually deflected off Imran Khan's back foot, I think. Valiant dive from Illingworth, not quite enough, and even though he's got a hand on it, this ball's run away still. It's proving how quick that outfield is. And because De Freitas has his mid-on and mid-off back near the edge of the ground, this is why the long leg is up, which is why just now they were looking at Neil Fairbrother at deep square leg, trying to position him.
In fact, that's 17 leg byes now in the innings. Those 4 from the boundary of Imran's pad, amounting overall to 30 extras.
Well, Pakistan have given away a few extras over the tournament. And the likes of Wasim Akram again tonight. We'll have to be very careful that the tally of no balls and wides doesn't give England a similar advantage.
Good call by the young Pakistani part Imzamam, sending his captain back at the end of the over at 3 for 177. Ian Botham comes back. He had 4 overs to begin with, 17 runs taken off them. Didn't open the bowling as he has done in the absence of Derek Pringle when Pringle was injured in the 3 previous matches. Pringle 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 13. Botham coming back to replace Illingworth, who was bowled out his 10, 1 for 50. That's beautifully struck for 4. That's a magnificent shot.
Well, Inzamam ul Haq's been in wonderful form over the last couple of weeks. And he's basically said thank you very much indeed to Ian Botham for that one. It's a bit of a loosener. Launched up at leg stump. And ul Haq, who's a very fine time with the cricket ball, also placed this beautifully. There's a man out at deep square leg, very square. There's a lot of ground to cover there. That's 4 runs.
And now Delicate once more, just past the diving short for 4 more. And once more for the Pakistanis, Imzamam is the man.
This was a feature of the Pakistan innings at Eden Park against New Zealand, that when they were under pressure batting second, so often they managed to get boundaries early in the over, putting the bowler under pressure and taking the pressure off themselves. And this time Inzamam's played a very delicate late cut. It's beaten the sprawling Stewart, and that's 8 runs off the first 2 balls of Botham's return.
Make that 9. And Imzamam has very quickly moved on to 19 of 9 deliveries.
Not surprising at all that Inzamam came in. He was listed on the order below Salim Malik. Salim Malik's not had a very good tournament. This man certainly has. He's carrying on that good form today.
Plenty of time for 2.
This might not be a very long spell for Ian Botham at this rate. Crowd slightly disappointed at the fact that Ian Botham has bowled a dot ball. Graham Gooch now the man saving 1. He's been out in the outfield for a lot of today's cricket. But he's back in the sanctuary of the circle now.
So 85 runs off the last 10 overs, propelling Pakistan to 3 for 188. And he's got 4 more.
Well, the quicker they come, the quicker they go. This is nothing more than a hard deflection by Inzamam ul Haq. Again, De Freitas just straying slightly in his line. And this ball has raced away. It's given Derek Pringle absolutely no chance at all at long leg. He's He's not that wide, but he's slightly wide, and he's just taken 2 or 3 steps. And all he can do is watch that ball thud into the fence. And if statistics mean anything, look at that strike rate. 230 runs per 100 balls if he carries this through.
Now, will they try Chris Lewis? They will. And they're home easily.
This is the other factor, of course. The MCG is a huge arena, one of the biggest in the world, if not the biggest cricket ground in the world. And even someone like Chris Lewis, who's very quick over the ground, he's got a lot of ground to cover out there. And there's a lot of space out there for him. And so the batsman able to place the ball and comfortably take 2.
Only one this time, though. It's gone to him a lot quicker, and he's into it fast as well. Imzamam, certainly the star of the moment. Papers this morning featuring him as the real threat for England. Young man could have come out here with nerves in front of this big crowd and perhaps let his supporters down. None of it. He's come out here and done exactly what everyone had anticipated. He scored off 10 of those 12 deliveries.
Imran not timing the ball this time. Straight to Alan Lamb, who's also now in the circle again. He's problems with his shoulder, Alan Lamb. He's had problems with his hamstrings through the early part of this tournament. Certainly not the man to be patrolling the wide open spaces of the outfield. A lot better suited to his role at mid-wicket there. Inzamam's World Cup, the most crucial innings that he played would have been in the semi-final against New Zealand. That's 60 off 37 balls.
Well, he has the strike, and Imran won't mind that at all. 3 for 197. Imzamam 27 from just 13 deliveries and has the strike once more. Imran coming in at number 3 once more, as he did in the semi-final. And there he is with 70 as Botham comes into Imzamam. Oh, that's well struck once more, but there's a man out there this time. Imran with a lot of incentive in this final. He's pushing very hard for the building of a cancer hospital in his native Lahore. He reckons victory here will boost the funds for that.
And the Pakistan is building a very respectable total here as well. Very consistent scoring over those last 10-15 overs, making up for the dearth of runs in the early part of the innings.
Down the ground, and a catch straight into the hands of Illingworth at long on. And Imran, who's batted so well for his 70, finally goes. Botham gets the wicket, and Pakistan are 4 for 197.
Imran Khan actually hit this ball very well. Ian Botham would be very relieved to see Richard Illingworth underneath it. Good pair of hands, very casually taken catch. No undue celebrations there, but very effectively caught. Imran Khan out for 70. Pakistan are 4 for 198.
They crossed while that ball was in the air, on its way to Illingworth at long on. The catch to dismiss. Imran Wasim Akram, the left-hander, has come in to take his place. And in the commentary box we have a change as well. Bill Lawry and Ian Chappell.
Thank you, Tony. Ian Botham from the members' end. Indsman driving straight, the on drive, and with the man at long on. That was a vital wicket for England, being a new batsman to the crease. The experienced captain hitting the ball well, but straight to Illingworth.
It's very casually taken by Richard Illingworth. He got into good position quickly and then took it quite casually, but very safely. Good pair of hands.
Botham taking his time with the field for the left-handed Wasim Akram, who's struggled in this series with the bat, but been a very handy new ball bowler for Pakistan. When he gets it right, he's a lethal bowler. Good stop by Botham. It's 4 for 199.
Well, Ian Botham comes in again and does the trick with a bit of a strange ball.
Yes, it was a half volley, but it's a big ground, the MCG, and what would have been a 6 on any other ground ended up as being a catch to Illingworth. Imran has played his part well, 70 of 110 deliveries. Now it's up to Wasim Akram and the informed man Inzamam ul Haq to get Pakistan to 230 plus, which will be a very good score.
The final of the World Cup in 1992. 4 for 199 Pakistan. Six overs to be bowled. Inzamam there going with the pad.
He's a very powerful man, Inzamam. Very simple technique and a very cool head. He doesn't look too nervous for a young man playing in the World Cup final. And he gets well forward, gets into good position and places the ball absolutely beautifully.
De Freitas bowling from the southern end. Nice deflection to third man.
He brings up the 200. We've got 201 at the moment. The crowd have just clapped because 200 has gone up on the scoreboard. So there's a bit of a discrepancy at the moment.
It's charged him, but doesn't beat Botham at cover. Inzamam angry with himself there because he's timed the ball so sweetly. And he's tested the bowlers in the short innings. Pringle has 2 to bowl, Lewis 2 to bowl, 4 for Botham. De Freitas in his 10th and final over, and Reeves bowled 3 for 22. Massive crowd in the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Pulled it, there's a man out there. Just single.
Very quickly into position, Inzamam ul Haq, to play that shot. He likes to get onto the front foot, but as soon as he saw it short, very quickly swayed back and hammered it over mid-wicket.
He's batting with confidence, timing the ball beautifully. Single, the man just inside the circle, 30-yard line. Problem here for Gooch to get these bowlers right. Just a little bit on the back foot, England. They had control on the first 30 overs of this match, but Pakistan have hit back hard with some excellent batting, good placement.
Absolutely dead square in wins and losses at the moment.
Good placement, timing. 2 more, 6 off the over. 4 for 205.
So with Inzamam still there, Pakistan able to continue the run rate.
Yes, he's picking the ones and twos very, very nicely. And he looks a wonderful player for the future. Someone whom the cricketing world can look forward to watching with great pleasure in the coming years.
Plenty of batting left for Pakistan. Salim Malik, Nolan Khan, Ijaz Ahmed. Charge, and he hit that could go all the way. Superbly placed by Wasim Akram.
Well, we've got two very powerful men at the crease. Both tall, you see there, about the same height. Both will hit the ball extremely hard, so if they do find the gap, it's see you later. And that's exactly what Wasim Akram did on that occasion. Got it into the gap, and it was good night nurse. You don't have to bother chasing those.
This crowd coming to life here. It's been a good recovery by Pakistan. They were in trouble early on, 2 for 24. They really struggled. This time he beats both and they'll look for 2. It's coming back. Inzamam, he's a little bit slow. If the slow hits, he's going to be close as home. Over the stumps went the ball. Good running.
Yes, he took a while to make up his mind about the second, Inzamam. And the other problem he had there, you saw he had to go back to his crease in case Ian Botham stopped the ball. But he really stretched out in the end.
It's thrashed out to deep cover. There's a sweeper there. It's the single. Well, the pressure now squarely on England shoulders here. They've got wickets in hand, Pakistan, the final 5 overs. The strain showing on Ian Botham's face there. Massive crowd in for the World Cup final. Perfect afternoon, quite warm.
Fine leg is up with Botham bowling, so that they can have long on and long off back on the boundary. So Philip de Freitas in that position. It's a big job to do at fine leg.
Oh, he's wicked away. The man's out there is very deep. It's on the first bounce, just a single. 4 for 213.
Gee, that was just a flick and it travelled 75 metres. No trouble at all, just a flick of the wrists. Didn't land that far short of the fieldsman.
Full pitch. Brother out there diving, doesn't get it. 12 off the over. 4 for 216. This is the 47th over now to be bowled. It's a great over for Pakistan as Lewis comes back into the attack for England. The crowd getting quite vocal here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Sunny afternoon.
There's excellent support for Pakistan in the crowd. A lot of those World Cup shirts around the ground when we were arriving this morning. A lot of the spectators wearing those World Cup shirts. And the Pink Brigade over there. Looks like the West Indies early days World Series cricket uniform.
Lewis. Inzamam plays a slower ball well. Got some bat on that as well. Picks up another run. This has been a wonderful charge by Pakistan in the final overs.
It's the slower ball from Chris Lewis. He was appealing for LBW. Must have felt that the ball perhaps hit the pad before it hit the bat. Apart from that, it was going to miss leg stump by about a foot and a half anyhow. But you don't worry too much about little things like that when you're a bowler.
Well, the pressure's on England now. They're aware the score could get up to 230, 235 if these two big hitters survive the final 4 overs. Replacing the ball well. It's intelligent batting. Wasim Akram's a good athlete. He's coming back on Fairbrother throw. It's going to be close. It's wide. Good cricket, Pakistan.
Needs to be a little careful, Wasim Akram. He turns blind, and he was charging back and then had a look to see if there was a second. Now that encourages the other runner, Inzamam, and you see there he had to hesitate a little. Once Inzamam sees Wasim Akram going flat out, then he gets into top gear. If Wasim then decides against the run, it's going to be difficult for Inzamam to head back.
Chips that nicely over cover. At least 2. And this is a great charge by Pakistan. They're in trouble early on, 2 for 24. 2 for 96 after 30 overs. And that's up to 4.75.
Terrific performance. When you think at the halfway mark, 25 overs, they were 70. It's a tremendous performance.
Over cover it goes, a big hit going out towards extra cover. And pick up 2 more, fair brother, the fieldsman. Scoring off almost every ball now.
When you think of it, that sort of hit at Eden Park, that's a 6. At Eden Park, there were a few disappearing into the crowd at Eden Park. And you see there, that's the reason for Pakistan lifting that run rate so amazingly from about the 32nd over onwards. Some really excellent overs.
And Boots dropping back to long off, and the fine leg coming up inside the circle. So Goots there hoping that Lewis will bowl straight and not go down leg side. Let's cut that down to long on. Just the single.
That was a real baseball shot. Lewis pitching short, and the horizontal bat shot was really hit pretty hard. A lot of wrist work there in that shot.
Eight runs off the over. 4 for 224. Salim Malik, Moeen Khan, Ijaz Ahmed, all capable batsmen to come, but at the moment these 2 young batsmen going beautifully for Pakistan. It's going to be Derek Pringle to bowl his 9th over from the members' end. Two for 13, Pringle off 8. Wasim Akram on strike. Gooch taking his time with his field placings. Nicely played. Taking on Botham. Excellent running. Botham's arm sore there at mid-wicket.
As he tried to throw completely off balance, Ian Botham, and that put a big strain on his arm. And he immediately grabbed the shoulder.
Botham at mid-wicket for Wasim Akram. Nicely played. Won't go. Probably would have made it. This fraction, he hesitated. No ball was called.
And, Ryan Aldridge showing Derek Pringle that he was just a couple of centimetres over. Obviously that's why there was hesitation. Somebody must have heard the no ball call, realised that they were going to be getting 1 run anyhow. Not easy to hear out in the middle, and a couple of umpires who wouldn't be used to a big crowd at the MCG. Umpire Aldridge and umpire Bucknor. Steve Bucknor wouldn't have umpired in front of too many big crowds. The grounds in the Caribbean not that big. Ryan Aldridge probably would have done a few games at Eden Park with, well, you can get up to about 33,000, 35,000 there at Eden Park. And boy, they can make some noise, that lot.
Pringle, one changes, fine leg going squarer. So there's a big chance if they glance down the leg side. There's a big gap from Lewis there at very squarish fine leg, so all that area there is uncovered for the leg glance. So you won't want to stray onto leg stump, Derek Pringle. Full pitch, doesn't beat cover.
Just slowed his momentum a little bit lately, Inzamam. Virtually since Wasim Akram's come to the crease. Wasim has done the bulk of the scoring. Inzamam has just started to pick the fielders out a bit.
It's going to be a wide, and it's called. Pringle pushing it wide down the leg side.
That was forced on him by the batsman. The batsman making the charge there, and I'm sure that Derek Pringle was trying to get it right up in the block hole and around about at the feet, but it got away from him.
Let's pull that out towards Hickett mid-wicket. It's 4 for 231. This is a magnificent performance by Pakistan in their first ever World Cup final. They were really struggling early on. And recovered because Imran Javed kicked on at the vital time. And Inzamam and Wasim Akram scoring beautifully and placing the ball well. Swing and a miss, beaten by the line and change of pace.
Certainly early in his innings he wasn't moving around too much, Inzamam, but now he started to wander around a bit in the crease. He's not having as much success.
Eight runs off the over, 4 for 232. Two overs to be bowled to the Pakistan batting lineup. They're 4 for 232. It will be Chris Lewis from the southern end to bowl the 49th over. The sun just going down now here in Melbourne. It's a warm evening, magnificent crowd, a very good final. It's quite time that he beats Lewis. Wasim Akram coming back for the second, running well between the wickets.
Terrific athlete, Wasim Akram. Very quick between the wickets. Quite a bit quicker, in fact, than Inzamam.
Getting very close to 5 runs per over.
Pringle coming up inside the circle now at fine leg, and Gooch goes back at mid-off.
Struck that well. Sweeper there's quite deep. It's coming back for the second. It's going to be in big trouble. He's home. The bounce was high. Good running. Held up when it hit the turf. Stewart had to drag the ball from a high position. Superb running.
Yes, unless you make an absolute mess of your running, you shouldn't get thrown out from that depth. You're looking at a throw of about 85 metres. You see Wasim Akram was waiting on his partner, a call from his partner, but you shouldn't get thrown out from there unless you make a real mess of it.
Very close, going down the leg side. Leg by.
Pushes his pace quite nicely, Chris Lewis. See that ball there. Notice the seam just twisting over. He really rolled the fingers across it. It was the leg cutter style change of pace.
Three balls to be bowled in the 49th over. Hush crowd now, they've been thrilled by this onslaught. That's a good hit. That's going all the way through mid-wicket for 4.
Whacked down on one knee virtually and whacked that over mid-wicket. He hasn't had a lot of luck so far in the tournament with the ball, Wasim Akram. He's a very dangerous cricketer, and if this is going to be his day, he certainly has looked pretty good with the bat as he drops down onto the knee and whacks it over mid-wicket. Could follow it up with the ball as well.
Two fine athletes playing beautifully at the right time for Pakistan. This is crunch time, the World Cup final, in front of a massive crowd at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Chris Lewis. Hit that straight, that could be 4 more. The run-off coming around won't get it. Superb stroke.
Anyone hit back at you like that as a bowler, and it's likely to take you off at the knees. You can see it was gone past Lewis before he could even throw the hand out.
One ball to be bowled, 13 runs off this over. Run made up over 5. Highest scoring over the innings so far. They're coming back for second. Excellent cricket by the young Pakistanis. 4 for 247.
Well, Wasim Akram doing a great job, and he's still got to bowl.
He might just be rightly warmed up for the ball, so the England openers might have to watch out, because this might just be the right kind of warming up that Wasim Akram needs.
Two fine athletes playing. ...49 overs bowled, 1 to be bowled to the Pakistan batting line-up. They've done a magnificent job here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground in the World Cup final. 4 for 247. Imran Khan won the toss, elected to bat. It was a terrible start. They were 2 for 24. At the halfway mark, they were on the 60 mark. And they recovered with a magnificent onslaught in the final overs. Pringle, down leg side, gets it fine. Lewis is there. Just the single.
I think they've got the right bloke on strike now. He's done some real damage since he's been there, Wasim Akram. I think he's the best man for Pakistan to have on strike.
51-run partnership of 35 deliveries, both striking beautifully, both big, strong young men. The Englishmen taking their time. Gooch there, he's on the back foot at the moment, surely. Pringle. It wasn't Akram. Full pitch down to long on. Illingworth. That's the single.
This will bring back memories for Graham Gooch. 253 Australia made off their 50 overs in the 1987 World Cup final at Eden Gardens in Calcutta. Graham Gooch was opening the batting for England on that occasion. He made 35 and England fell 7 short. 246 they made. So it looks like they're going to be chasing a pretty similar target in this World Cup.
Going down leg side. Well, he got away with that. Very lucky Pringle. Pushed it down leg side. The crowd booing here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Yes, he was pretty fortunate to get away with that. Oh, yes. He was more than fortunate.
3 balls to be bowled. Charged, missed it. And a few bad shots from Inzamam. Charged too early, beaten by the bounce.
Wasim Akram just coming down to have a chat to him. He's doing a bit of talking to himself as well. Might have been the short, slower one from Derek Pringle.
Bowled him. Good piece of bowling by Pringle. Kicked the ball well up, but what a fine innings by this young man. Look at a magnificent ovation. He's lifted Pakistan into a great position.
Derek Pringle's done a good job for England. These last 2 overs he's bowled. And you see that one, terrific length and right on line. Derek Pringle picking up his 3rd wicket. 2 in his first spell. And with 1 ball remaining in the innings, Inzamam is on his way back to the pavilion. 1 legal delivery to go. It's 5 for 249.
42 off 35 balls faced. Certainly a great innings under pressure. He looked as calm as a cucumber when he came out to the crease, the 22-year-old. He's done his job. He has given the Pakistan bowlers a good total to bowl at. Almost be a full house by the time the second innings starts. A magnificent ovation as Salim comes out to face just 1 ball.
Yes, this is when one-day cricket is not much fun for a batsman, when you've got to come in and face 1 ball. But important that he gets some wood on it. And even if they only get 1 run, 250 has a much better ring to it than 249.
Derek Pringle doing a fine job. They are magnificent figures. 9.5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 22. Salim Malik taking guard from umpire Brian Aldridge. Needs to put bat on ball. They run for everything here. The final delivery in the first innings of the World Cup.
Lewis is wide at 3rd man.
Swing and a miss. They're going to run. Oh, they tried. He's run out. Wasim Akram will run out, so after 50 overs, Pakistan are 6 for 249. A magnificent effort. We'll be back here in the Melbourne Cricket Ground in 1 hour. See you then.
Well, obviously a break between innings and a chance for Sunil to look back over that Pakistan innings. It was interesting, the groundsman was reported as saying he's prepared a wicket that's worth about 240 runs.
That's right. It's a real hard and good batting track. The ball seems to come onto the bat very, very nicely. But also there's a lot of bounce, so Wasim Akram and Aqib Javed will also enjoy bowling on that. There's not much turn as we saw from Richard Illingworth, but then he's a finger spinner. And if Mushtaq Ahmed, who's a wrist spinner, can get a bit of turn, and his bowling, his overs are going to be very, very crucial. Because if he can tie the England batsman up in knots and also get a couple of wickets, then Pakistan has as good as won the World Cup.
Because the one thing that we've been saying about the England bowling attack is that it's more of a containing type of attack, whereas, and obviously they didn't contain Pakistan on that ground and in those circumstances. The thing about Pakistan is they can get wickets.
Yes, and once they start to get the wickets, then the pressure is on the batsman, because you need some solid players, and Imran and Javed gave the solidity to the Pakistan innings so that Inzamam and Wasim Akram could come down and throw their bats about without worrying about the fact that they would run out of overs and wickets.
And look at the runs there for Imran Khan and Javed Miandad. I mean, at one stage they were way behind, and they were batting at about just at 2.2 something and over.
Yes, but they were doing a consolidating job, and once they were past the 30-over mark, both of them started to throw their bats about. They played good shots. They didn't really play many cross-batted shots, though Javed did play the odd cross-batted shot, which was a bit of a surprise because he's such a terrific nudger and puller and placer of the ball that it's very seldom that one sees him play a cross-batted shot. But he is very alert and alive to the side's situation, and he was the one man who was really guiding the Pakistan innings.
And not very good reading for most of the bowlers, except right at the top there, Derek Pringle, a terrific return to the side for him.
Yes, I think England and Graham Gooch must be very thankful that Pringle was declared fit today. He took Gladstone Small's place, and he's done brilliantly.
So it's going to be a difficult target there for England, 250 off the 50. We hope that rain's not going to come into play. It doesn't. We've heard nothing about that.
Well, that's 5 runs and over that they've got to get at. And Aqib and Wasim Akram, two very fine new ball bowlers. So the England openers or the England batsmen are not going to find it easy.
Okay, let's... minutes before the resumption of play, Sunil, and it's very interesting. In the break we had we eavesdropped on Geoffrey Boycott looking at things from an England standpoint, and he expressed some concern over the fitness of Alan Lamb and Graham Gooch, and he was saying, you know, really there's an awful lot resting on how they perform.
Yes, because Graham Gooch is important not only as a captain but as the opening batsman, and if he can get the side off to a good start, then obviously that'll be a load off the lower batsman. And Alan Lamb is the only batsman in the England team who can improvise. The others play fairly straight, they can hit the ball, but the real improviser that is moving away from the leg stump or moving away towards the offside and hitting the ball on vacant spaces is what Alan Lamb is very good at. So if he can do that, then of course England are in with a chance.
Because the worry for the England supporters is that both of those two have been out through injuries.
Yes, and of course the running between the wickets might be a bit of a problem. Lamb and Gooch, mind you, are not really getting any younger, but it's really up to them to give England the kind of batting that they need to get past 250.
Now the thing is, I mean, obviously we saw that it is possible to get off to a slow start and still get up to 250. Do you think Graham Gooch and Ian Botham are going to be looking to dominate the bowling early on, or is it a question of withstanding the initial onslaught?
Oh, difficult to do that against Akram and Aqib. Both are very experienced and very fine bowlers, so they'll have to be watchful, ensure that there is no wickets going very early, and so no panic.
Well, we've got commentary. Let's hand it over to the MCG.
This is Akram. Wasim over the earlier matches has bowled a number of wayward deliveries in trying to generate a lot of pace, but he's the man that Imran and Pakistan will be depending on to really rock England.
Be one for the total there, off the mark for England. Just by virtue of the wide, but they all count when you're chasing 250. It's a lovely evening here in Melbourne. The sun has gone down. A great skyline. It's been very hot and still is hot, 31 degrees in the city of Melbourne at the moment. And Eastern Standard Time, it is 6:45 p.m. Well, there's judgment for you. Shoulder arms and allowed to go over the top of middle stump.
Yes, Graham Gooch judged that one very finely. Akram just getting a bit of movement, which is not good news for England. And Gooch judges that to perfection. Wasim Akram here just finding that there's a little bit of swing for him, and because he's got a little bit of swing, that might just test Gooch and Botham, the England opening batsman. And Wasim, when he generates pace, he can be very quick. first ball that Gooch has had to get a bat onto. There it is, just back of the length, forcing Gooch on the back foot. You can see he's getting quite a lot of pace, and I think Wasim is probably pretty revved up at present.
Another one, and Wasim Akram has grabbed at his right thigh. That will have sent a tremor through the Pakistan camp.
Wasim pushing that one wide outside the off stump. But just after he'd finished bowling it, he was clutching at his hamstring, which might not be good news for Pakistan. Yes, he's just firing that one down the leg side, getting the ball to swing down there. Gooch looking to play it, but his leg looks to be okay at present.
First runs off the bat for England. The outfield is fast, but the ball will slow up towards the end. Both was looking for 4, but they'll be satisfied with 3 plus the 2 wides. 5 from the first over.
I should apologise for viewers on Prime Sports. The sound coming through from Melbourne is we've got some gremlins on the line. We're trying to sort it out and resume normal service as soon as we can. But Sunil, back to the cricket. A little bit of movement there for Wasim Akram.
Perhaps a little too much of movement because he's not been able to control the ball that is leaving the right-hander, and has been thus fined by the umpire calling wides. England off to a fair start, one would say, compared to Pakistan.
Right on target, 5 and over.
That's right.
Took the 3 off the last ball. Aqib Javed is the bowler.
Javed, who gets the ball to swing away from the right-handed batsman. He needs to settle in and bowl a tight line, keep the England batsmen restricted, and make that total of 250 further and further from England's grasps.
Said this young man has never let him down in a big match. Aqib Javed coming in from the great southern stand end.
See how that wave swinger that he bowls just gets Gooch fishing outside that off stump. Good delivery, there's a bit of pace, a bit of bounce, and he's getting him some movement. He will be really encouraged in what he sees there. Nothing worse for a fast bowler when there's no movement. He's got it. Aqib Javed there really running in, he's trying, and just Richie, as you were saying, he doesn't let you down. That sort of bowler is invaluable in a team.
The big first innings score of this match, Pakistan's 249, has allowed Imran to set attacking fields. Graham Gooch is the man taking strike at the moment. Javed just encouraging
Gooch to fish outside the off stump there. He needs to get after it. And then you see it just outside the off stump. Gooch playing and missing.
So he's beaten for pace there. The ball seemed to be through him before the bat actually came through on Gooch's intended line. 2 slips for Aqib Javed. Now then, inside that circle, there's a man at mid-off, one at extra cover, another one at point. Then the 2 slips, the first slip is Inzamam and the second slip is Mushtaq Ahmed. That's beautiful goal through him with a great delivery. Must have missed off stump by a whisker. Maiden over. Good performance from young Aqib Javed.
Javed has been the regular star, I thought, for Pakistan. I mean, with couple of balls there, terrific deliveries.
Yes, he gets the ball to move away from the right-hander, and he's very, very accurate. So gives a hard time to the opening batsman. Gooch, a very experienced opener, but he's not finding it easy.
Lovely scene, lovely sight of the Melbourne Cricket Ground from a distance, the top of the Regent Hotel in Melbourne, only a few streets away. This Melbourne Cricket Ground is close to the city itself, close to Spring Street and Parliament House. It's just a field change going on here. It was done by a circuitous route. Mushtaq Ahmed has come from slip to talk to Imran, who sent him across to cover, and has brought Amir Sohail across to mid-on. So what could have been the secret message? We'll never know. Oh, lucky to get away with that. First one around the wicket from Wasim Akram.
Wasim Akram looking to attack Ian Botham by bowling round the wicket, getting the ball to swing into him. That's going down the leg side, the swing helping it down the leg, and Botham not troubled by that delivery.
Well, the tactics are good. It depends on Wasim Akram. He's just bowled a no ball there. It depends if he can cramp Botham for room, I guess, Clive.
Yes, if Ian Botham's got room to strike that ball, he's very, very effective. And this is what Pakistan are looking to restrict him right from the first ball and not get any confidence into his batting.
Big swinger. Swung a long, long way. Certainly beat Botham, but it did a tremendous amount in the air and then kept on going.
Yes, Ian Botham right on the crease here, really getting the ball swinging back, hitting much too high, but nevertheless restricting him completely there. And Wasim's tactics just paying off.
Will be one for... Hello? Well, umpire Aldridge, I think I can say he moved. He didn't move much. Goodness me.
But the umpire very generous here, because that was way down the leg side. Ian Botham, no chance, and you can see the look on his face there, he's not impressed. Wasim Akram, getting the ball to swing a great deal into the right-hand batsman, and as a result, he can keep it there. His plan to restrict both them is well on target.
He's gone. He's given Botham. Botham, I think I can say without any apparent contradiction, is far from impressed by that. Pakistan crowd think it's marvellous. Botham is far from impressed. The appeal, it was sort of a following appeal.
Ian Botham looks behind very quickly. There's a loud appeal from Pakistan. Wasim Akram is given the benefit of the doubt, and Ian Botham is out. 1 for 6.
And now both batsmen playing and missing. This is a great opening spell by the Pakistan bowlers, and of course with a big total like this for them to chase Sunil, it does give the bowlers something to go for.
So they can go for wickets, have an attacking field, and here they've got the big fella out. Ian Botham not very happy with that decision. But Botham is a dangerous player.
He's only really come off, as far as I remember, in one match, and that was against Australia.
Yes, but Pakistan must be very happy to see the back of him. Can never take chances with Ian Botham. Quite capable of scoring a quick 30 or 40. I don't think he is quite fit enough to get 100 now.
Well, that was a wide, was it? Yep.
Wasim Akram's been having trouble trying to control the movement of the white ball. The white ball does move a great deal more than the red ball. It's harder. The seam of the white ball is much more prominent. It's made of a different material.
Has he gone? Well, Alex Stewart's not moving. And it looks as though the umpire's not moving either. And Imran Khan, you see, step in there, just telling everybody to get on with it and back to their positions. Well, I wonder if that was the Pakistan fielders trying to put a bit of pressure on.
Well, this is the final. Tempers are bound to run high because this is the match no team wants to lose. And almost a similar kind of delivery that got Ian Botham out. Akram and the Pakistani fielders behind the wickets very, very certain. But Stewart and the umpire unmoved.
Well, once again, Stewart did look round and check to see whether the ball was gloved. So at least on that ratings, he was out. And Stewart's quite content to push those balls out onto the offside square and picking up 1s and 2s.
He's opening the face of the bat over here and guiding the ball to point. A good return there, direct hit, but Gooch well inside.
Well, this is that loud appeal again from the Pakistan side, and even though Stewart did look behind, you see Stewart, I don't know what sort of a reputation Stewart has for staying or walking, but he certainly had no intention of moving there at all.
Well, he was just standing there and watching what was going on around him.
Moeen, Khan, they're absolutely distraught.
Even Imran seemed to be quite sure. In the gully, everybody rushing to the wicket-keeper.
So Wasim Akram in again. Well, I get to tell you, it sounds as though the whole circuit out of Melbourne has gone down. We're going to have a look back at... we're just getting pictures back. Maybe I'll talk for a little bit longer and just hope that we don't have to go to the highlights. But, here we are. Maybe we've made a breakthrough in broadcasting here. And I think we've also got commentary, so thank goodness for that. It always happens in the finals of these things. We've had no problems almost for the entire 5 weeks of the competition, but let's pick up commentary now.
Again, wide of the off stump. Alex Stewart started batting in this tournament about number 6 in the order, Jeffrey. Why had the move down to 3, or up to 3?
Well, if Robin Smith had been fit and batting well, he'd have taken his place at number 3. And then along come Fairbrother, and it was Hick or Lamb that would play. But Lamb's injury meant Hick played all the time, and he had to go in at 6. But then Robin Smith's got injured. And Lamb's got fit, so Lamb's gone at 6 because he's not really a number 3. It's just a bit of a horses for courses in which position.
Oh, he's on his way, he's caught behind. Stewart turned and walked away. He knew it was all over. Another wicket for the Pakistanis. Alex Stewart is out.
Well, that was a beautiful delivery, absolutely gorgeously bowled. He's bowled some sweet balls he has at Graham Gooch and got nothing. This one, the line, the length, look at it, it just moves enough. It's almost, well, it's almost too good to nick really, but he managed to be in good enough form to touch it.
Alex Stewart goes for 7, and England in trouble. 21 for 2 in the 8th. Struggling at 21 for 2 in the 8th over. And we've seen some magnificent bowling here from the opening Pakistani bowlers, Aqib Javed and Wasim Akram. So Hick to take his first delivery. Oh dear me, that's got to be a no ball. It is a no ball. Signal from square leg by Brian Aldridge.
It was a no ball, but wasn't it well thought out for Graham Hick, who hasn't played the short ball very well in his short test career. We saw him in New Zealand against Chris Cairns and Danny Morrison, who are lively quick bowlers, not real quick. And this young man, look at it, he's knocked it in. That was Stewart actually, the replay. But he's knocked the ball in against Hick, which was the important one.
Lovely ball to get rid of Alex Stewart. And away went Stewart. Well, that first ball to Graham Hick, I could just hear our old mate Bob Cunis sitting up there in the front array somewhere saying, well, that have cleared his eyes.
Well, if he wasn't awake, he certainly will be now, and he got that one stuck up his ribs. It was beautifully thought out by a young man who's very mature for his young age. They've seen the way Hick plays the shortest delivery. He's not worried about giving away a no ball because it went above shoulder height in the World Cup. He's just tried to unsettle the new batsman.
Well, Graham Hick's been in pretty good touch lately, hasn't he? That was a marvellous innings up in Sydney the other night.
Well, yes, I have to say that Alex Stewart's been in good touch too, and he's back in the hutch, as they say, he's back in the pavilion. But Hick has been playing beautifully, his timing's been exquisite, and that innings he played in the semi-final was excellent.
Oh, he's over the top, Hick. You'll get 4 runs for this. He went for it, and it flew over the slips to the boundary for 4 runs. So, at the end of over number 8, it's 26 for 2. 8 overs gone then. England 26 for 2. Change at the commentary now. John Morrison and Henry Blofeld.
Thank you, Grant. Well, Melbourne by night. Beautiful now, and who would think so, looking out on the Melbourne cricket ground, bathed in the lights as Wasim Akram comes in to Graham Gooch. And Henry Blofeld is with me. My word, England in trouble.
Aren't they? In deep trouble. But what a good game of cricket this can still be, though, because Hexaman, he's got runs behind him. I know many people felt he might have been LBW first ball against South Africa, but if you look in the papers, you'll see he got 83. And so he wasn't out LBW first ball. He's therefore in form. Gooch at the moment scratching around like an old hen, but he's always a dangerous old hen. He can get those claws stuck into anyone. And we still could be in for a wonderful game of cricket, but Pakistan at the moment have certainly the edge.
Wasim Akram coming round the wicket with his left armers. Yes, certainly, but once this new ball just dies a little bit, as we saw in the Pakistan innings, maybe if, as you say, Henry, a couple of these batsmen can get set, the runs could come very quickly.
Well, it's all ifs, but I do entirely agree. And this was really the situation in the Pakistanis. They were 2 wickets down for very few. And then Imran and Javed, the 2 old foxes, rebuilt the innings with great care and showed that you can go much slower for much longer than people usually think.
Oh, exactly.
And you finish with 250.
So Wasim Akram again, all short and wide, and it is a wide. Umpire Brian Aldrich from New Zealand, who's been in the hot seat a bit in this innings.
Yes, he's had the pressure put upon him, hasn't he? Botham wanted everyone to think that he wasn't out. I'm not prepared to say whether he was out or not. You can't tell from here. And Alex Stewart, then, whether he got away with it or didn't, the Pakistanis felt he was out, and they started to shout the odds. And when he did get a touch next time, Stewart was off pretty rapidly, I noticed.
He didn't hang around, did he? Oh, it's in there. He's dropped. He edged out a thick edge, diving away, Mohan Khan. But it went to ground, and they picked up 2. Had a flirt at it, got the edge, it flew. But the keeper, Mohan, couldn't drag it in.
Well, Gooch simply can't at the moment find the middle of the bat. He played a good square cut off Wasim Akram in the first over. There he is again, you see. Oh, it was, I mean, a goalkeeper tipping it round the post, wasn't it?
Oh, he dived a long way, didn't he?
He did.
Because that slip is standing very wide.
Well, they do, and I think Mohan did wonderfully well to get a glove to it. I don't think he had a chance of hanging on there, because he's a short chap anyway, isn't he?
Yes. Not a good start, perhaps, Henry. Being short, I mean.
My dear thing.
Yes, Graham Gooch looking a bit reflective there at the moment. England coming out, chasing 250. Remarkable innings from Pakistan. They looked to be in trouble, but they retained their wickets. They retained their experienced batsmen, and then they cut loose. Oh, some Indian supporters. I wonder whose side they're on.
Well, yes, it's what a game this is. I mean, what a ground. Isn't it wonderful?
Incredible stuff. And here's a run, is it? No, it isn't. Graham Gooch, you really just can't, as you say, Henry, find the middle of that bat.
He can't, and Ijaz is an absolute terrier there at backward square leg and backward point in those sort of save one positions. And old Iqbal Sikandar, the leg spinner, got a game, didn't he, in Auckland in the semi-final, but obviously they were going to bring back Ijaz here, and he's not only given them greater length to the batting, he's made them that much sharper in the field.
Oh yes, he's been good. Oh, that must be a wide, surely. Umpire Brian Aldrich signals another wide. So Wasim Akram, I mean, really is a mixed bag. When he gets it right, he's very dangerous, but he does tend to stray a little from time to time.
Jolly nice for the batting side when you just let the ball go past the off stump and the score keeps on mounting, isn't it?
Yes.
But of course these two have just got to stay there. They've got to do for the next 10, 15 overs what, more than that, 20 overs, what Javed and Imran did earlier today.
Full toss and driven, but straight to the man. That's the end of the over. 30 for 2 England.
Looks as though Graham Gooch is riding a bit of good fortune here, getting a thick outside edge to this, and Mohan doing ever so well, but not well enough. And you may have noticed a change in commentary. We've switched to TV New Zealand's audio, which we're having no problems with. The captions and video will still come out of Channel 9 now. You'll see their Channel 9 caption, and you'll quite often get the wrong captions coming up for the commentators. But it's at the moment pictures from Channel 9 and sound from TV New Zealand.
Again to Graham Heck.
You know, it's normally Wasim Akram, isn't it? But Aqib Javed, I think, has bowled quite magnificently today. And he's bowled steadily whenever I've seen him in this competition. But he's moved the ball away from the right-hander. He could have had 2 or 3 wickets, you know. He's beaten the bat an unconscionable number of times. And I think he's a very, very good performer. He's vastly underrated. And perhaps batsmen face Wasim Akram, get to the end of the over and think, thank goodness for that, it's going to be rather easier. They may let up, and then he nips in, but he's a good bowler.
And again, Aqib Javed. Yes, I certainly agree, Henry. It's been a marvellous performance. The Pakistanis are fired up, and why shouldn't they be? World Cup final, MCG, not quite full, almost full, I suppose. Maybe 85, nearly 90,000 people here.
I think the gaps you can see, they were occupied before, those big empty seats. I think they've all gone off for dinner and probably at some hospitality suite.
Luxury jobs, aren't
watching, they are. They're probably watching television, you know, tucked away in the back.
Very wise.
Well, there we are.
It's a real cauldron here. Unbelievable. Pretty warm. And off the back foot, Heck. Oh, a bit of a misfield there. He'll pick up a run. I think that's all they'll get as Ijaz is after it. And he has been, as we've been saying, very quick in the field. But Imran Khan very much the man in control out there. And many people criticised his innings early on. But the end result wasn't too bad, 249.
Well, yes, I think you've got to hand it to him. It was a great hand by him. And if Pakistan win, as I believe they will, he's got to take enormous credit.
And Graham Gooch not really middling even the defensive shot, but he keeps it out.
Well, you know, when he came forward, then he's coming forward, and it seems to me and hoping just a little bit. There's not quite the same solidity as one normally expects from Graham Gooch.
Yes, the old radar was out, wasn't it? Just with the bat poking out in front of him, hoping that he might pick it up. But he would have loved to have got away to a good start, a couple of those drives that he does so well, but it hasn't happened.
He's started a bit anxiously once or twice in this competition latterly, hasn't he? I think due to that hamstring injury, probably.
And again, good ball from Aqib Javed, and he's after it. They really are alive out there.
That one was held back just a fraction, and Gooch played it a little firm-wristedly. It was uppish, and it's exactly the sort of shot, when you're deceived by the change of pace, that could result in a return catch. But he managed to slacken his wrists at the very last moment.
Full of technical stuff tonight, Henry. It's great.
Very, very good. No technical flaws in me tonight, do you think?
No, excellent stuff. Just don't slacken the wrist again. Aqib Javed. Driving. Good-looking shot, but good save. One-run results. And who's that? I think he's the 12th man on for Javed Miandad.
That was a marvellous save, wasn't it? He sort of pushed the ball sideways, obligingly enough, into the path of mid-off, and it was a tremendous effort, and saved 3 certain runs, because if that was passed, it had gone away for 4.
So 26 for 2, Pakistan. What am I talking about? 32 for 2, England.
Well, it's very much in the melting point. It's very much in the melting point, this game at the moment. It's another wicket now, and Pakistan are really on top. But these two have got not to worry about the scoreboard. They've got to shut the scoreboard right out of their mind and out of their vision. They mustn't look at it. They've got just to bat on and make sure that they can use the new ball a bit, deflected here, pick up the runs that are going, but stay there. Survival is everything. And then when 20, 25 overs are gone and England are still 2 wickets down, then they can begin to think a little bit differently. But for the moment, it's survival if England are going to get anywhere near Pakistan's total before the end of tonight.
So the leg spinner, Mushtaq, who caused so many problems in New Zealand, in Christchurch and in Auckland, he's having a go. Bowling to Graham Gooch.
Yes, he caused problems, certainly. He got a couple of wickets early on, Wright and Jones, wasn't it? I think it was Jones.
Here's the bowling, Henry.
He got 2 wickets in Auckland, but my goodness me, Rutherford and Crowe showed that he could not only be played, he could be dominated.
Yes,
in that marvellous stand.
Yes, Martin Crowe batted superbly then, but that's a good shot. Oh, it's through. Bit of a misfield, perhaps. It was a good effort to get to it, but couldn't stop it, and it's run away on this quick outfield. So 4 runs for Gooch.
Well, that wasn't the normal handsome boundary stroke that Gooch produces. It was the measured paddle, and for once Ijaz timed his dive wrong.
Yes, it went very quickly and somewhat deceptively down there and just raced away. The MCG outfield, remarkably quick. Certainly long boundaries, but if you time it right, it's tending to go tonight. So Mushtaq dropping onto a line, perhaps. He was hit for that 4, but a very key figure in the bowling lineup. If he doesn't get it right, it may start problems for Pakistan. But that was a good ball, a bit of bounce out there and a little bit of turn.
Yes, that was spun a bit, didn't it, from leg to off. And of course, leg spin is a type of bowling batsmen don't see nowadays. Basically, I think because they're considered to be expensive and are not given much of a chance. And even someone as experienced as Gooch is going to bide his time a little. Here he is again.
Slip standing rather wide there. And that's an interesting position. Particularly with the pace of the wicket, perhaps, but looking for that little cut, the little top edge.
Yes, again, that paddle shot, which brought him 4 earlier in the over. He just helps it round, doesn't he? It's an extraordinary shot, but it's quite safe the way he plays it.
So Graham Hick, a lot of pressure on him. Botham's gone, Stewart's gone, and he faces up to Mushtaq. I don't think he's quite sure which way that was going. 37 for 2. So there we are, Melbourne by night and the MCG bathed in lights. It's Aqib Javed to continue to Graham Gooch. And again, good ball. This is good bowling from the Pakistanis.
He's such a good bowler, this Mushtaq, and as you can see then, telling the googly from the leg break is almost an impossible task to contemporary batsmen.
Yes, it is, isn't it? He's a difficult man to pick, and as you say, most batsmen around the world have struggled with this man. And there's a run here down to fine leg. In fact, that's all they'll get. So England in early trouble, losing those 2 wickets, and Gooch still there. Somewhat luckily at times, but there we are, the worm. And look at that climb at the end of Pakistan. An amazing stuff.
And you get vertigo going up there. Amazing, wasn't it?
England keeping pace, but that's when things were pretty flat.
Indeed. It's still very much a game of cricket, this, you know. You can't discount England at this stage, although Pakistan are, I think, in front in many ways.
Good ball again. And he really is bowling a superb line, Aqib Javed. As you say, he's paid second fiddle to Wasim Akram, but he really is the pick of them tonight.
I think so. I saw Wasim Akram destroy India in a game in Sharjah last November in the final of the one-day competition there. A hat-trick of LBWs. He's a marvellous bowler, I think. Very underrated, only about 21. It's his 3rd tour of Australia.
Cutting, good-looking shot. They think of a run, but they won't get it.
It's one of those days for Hick, isn't it, when the ball goes straight to the fielder, Ijaz. Well, there we are. There is the duck. Who wants to see the duck? But, well, we've had one tonight. Botham's gone for the duck, and, well, Gooch was lucky perhaps not to. He was beaten outside the off stump a number of times there, wasn't he, early on?
Graham Hick now on strike. Aqib Javed bowling. Cutting, but hitting it into the ground. No pace on that shot. And England with it all ahead of them. There's the comparison with the Manhattans. Of course, it's early days in the England innings, but look at that climb. We were really downtown as the Pakistan innings wore on. But, well, they're pretty comparable at the moment. But in some ways, it's rather nice to have the runs on the board. Although the sides chasing have tended to do rather well in this tournament.
Yes, it's quite a formidable Manhattan, isn't it, at the end? I mean, that's unique in this competition, I would think. Oh, my goodness me.
There, he chops it and it just misses the leg stump. Inside edge. He didn't seem to line that one up at all well. And that's the end of the over at 39 for 2.
Well, the Pakistan bowlers are not getting a great deal of luck there, and poor old Javed has beaten the bat so frequently, you must wonder whether he's going to get any more wickets.
Well, so long as he isn't going for boundaries, he's not going to complain. They've still got England on the ropes, 2 for 39, 2 early wickets. But their captain, Graham Gooch, is still there.
So there we are, the massive southern stand here, open today, and it's almost full, and what a sight it is. It really is enormous, and it's so high up the top there. But out in the middle, it's Mushtaq bowling his leg spinners.
Yes, and these 10 overs of Mushtaq, 9 more, they're going to be quite an examination. If this chap gets wickets, well, Pakistan are going to win. Pakistan, at the moment, are so much on top that they'll feel the game's crooked if they lose, but it's very similar to their own innings at this stage. Oh, that was a good shot.
Yes, that's a super shot. He just timed that very well indeed. A long chase down there, and, oh dear, did he save it?
Well, he went down in a heap. I think he probably did, but umpire Aldridge is not sure.
No, I think he signalled 4. Has he? No, he hasn't.
Yes, I think he has, because umpire Aldridge is signalling 4.
Yes, we didn't know what was going on there. We apologise, but it was very difficult. In fact, I think he was signalling that it wasn't 4. Umpire Aldridge interpreted that it was. Oh, the old head got a bit of a belting there, didn't it? I think he did save that, and he was signalling that, but Brian Aldridge misinterpreted.
But what happened then? Umpire Aldridge made a sign across his chest, crossing his hands. I don't know what that means.
Well, he cancelled it out.
He cancelled it out, so it is just simply 3.
Yes.
Well,
yes,
there we
the
are.
batsmen are changing back.
It's
so
all happening.
It is 3. We finally established that. It took us a while to get there, but there we are.
Well, this is really, gosh, what an occasion, and everything seems to be happening. Everything the umpires don't quite understand, and, well, I suppose it's real red-blooded stuff, isn't it?
Mushtaq, Ahmed. And that bounce, the leg spinners like a bit of bounce, but it's a tall order for a leg spinner to bowl in a one-day game, but isn't it nice to see one bowling well?
Oh, it's marvellous, absolutely tremendous, and of course spinners do play an important part, good spinners in this type of cricket.
And we've seen that in this tournament. Sweeping, not getting hold of it well, but he'll pick up 1 run at least. He's looking for a second, but no.
Aqib Javed was closing in too fast then. But Gooch has made up his mind to sweep Mushtaq, and these batsmen have just got to play him, and when he drops a bit short or they get a bit of width, they've got to cash in. But they've got to position themselves, England, for the assault in the final 15 overs, just as Pakistan did earlier.
So Mushtaq again, and sweeping again. Now, it's interesting at times when you bowl down the leg side, a slow bowler, because the keeper is up, they don't tend to signal wide so much.
Well, that's true. I was just thinking then, watching Hick, that he must be careful to try and get his pad in the line of the ball. He might otherwise find himself bowled around his legs, which is not the end result he would like.
No, not at all. And that's another good ball. He's dropped onto a good line in length. That's the end of the over at 43 for 2. Well, there's the comparison. We've got a change in the commentary. Peter Sharp with Glenn Turner.
Thanks, John. Well, it certainly is an occasion befitting the spectacle, or the other way around, with Aqib Javed continuing. Now, he's bowled 7 overs. He has 1 for 13. What a great spell for a start from the young, quick outswing bowler. He's bowling from the Great Southern Stand end. So the pressure on England, but they'll be reasonably happy to absorb pressure. Gooch content just to let things come their way at the moment. This is very good bowling.
Yes, although the discussion, let's just have a look here. There we go, 207 and the remaining 36.5 overs, and the run rate now required 5.6, so needing to step it up. Although there's been some discussion about keeping wickets in hand and the charge in the last 15, that's not actually the ideal. It's just the position that England's being forced into at this moment through good bowling and good fielding from the Pakistanis.
And the Great Southern Stand at night. Every time we look at the Great Southern Stand, there's a different perspective with different lights coming on. There's not many empty seats there. A few of them, the corporates, people inside watching from their rather more hospitable areas.
Cost 150 million or thereabouts just for the addition to that stand.
Quite outstanding bowling, which is keeping Gooch from getting the scoring momentum that he would like. Hicks come out and he's looked reasonably free, and it would be a great occasion for Hick if he can do for England what he's promised to do for England for such a long time, and play a really big hand in a major event.
And the Pakistanis have really fielded well above what I've seen of them so far in this competition, and their bowling has been a lot tighter too, making it very difficult tasks here for England.
Gooch taking a single use. I think that excellent Pakistan fielding, Glenn, has actually put the jitters a little bit into the English batsmen. We've seen Gooch and Hick just looking a little uncertain in some of their running.
Yes, they've played the odd very good shot too, which has been a diving save from one of the Pakistanis, so they've not been able to get the normal number of boundaries.
Graham Hick then, in his first World Cup, I'm sure it's the first of many, a strike rate of 81, average of 36, but the strike rate really is quite potent, and this could be the big occasion for Graham Hick, such an outstandingly talented player. But then on the other hand, you see some frailty.
So we're just in the 14th as we watch Aqib Javed, and that was wide, and a very tentative wave there from Hick. He went to score off it, but it wasn't a fully committed shot. So in the 14th over, one more over after this before the Pakistanis have the option of relaxing the field a little. And it'll be interesting to see whether they still keep a slip in or not.
Inzamam ul Haq's the man in slip. And Hick gets it past him, down to third man, where Aqib's fielding quickly. It's 45 for 2 now. The 14th over has been completed.
Friendly people, good climate, sports crazy public. It's well bowled. He's just getting the wrong to go down the leg side there. Hick be tested here by the leg spinner. He wouldn't have seen a lot of leg spinners.
No, he's having a little trouble, I think, picking the wrong one out there. He's slipping down the leg side, and he's not getting the leg out there, playing for the leg spinner.
The city of Melbourne, about a kilometre from the MCG, a nice walk through the parks, known as the Garden City, Melbourne. Well set out, basically on squares. Easy place to commute to work.
because that's the commercial centre, that is, and the lights there on in the Melbourne Central Glass Cone, Burke Street. And there's Flinders Street. It's the Flinders Street station there, all lit up. And the Arts Centre across to the left. The lights on there tonight as well.
Very well bowled, the top spinner through Hick.
Let's watch this delivery straight through and a little bit too close to cut. It's good bowling, having a few problems.
Oh, it's well bowled. That could have been the wrong. Hick not picking that, but striking him outside the line. This is
Yes, he's certainly not picking the wrong one. Or the top spinner. That one spins back quite sharply at him, and luckily he got himself outside the line there.
fraction too high too. Plenty of bounce there from Mushtaq Ahmed. It's brought on before the 15th over. Great confidence shown by his captain. He's bowling a very good line. A very tidy over. A maiden, 2 for 45.
Well, the googly that Mushtaq has got up his sleeve is an extraordinary delivery.
Yes, Graham Hick didn't pick that one at all. Unfortunately for Mushtaq, the ball was also perhaps just played on and was a little too high for him to get the LBW decision in his favour.
Fifteen overs bowled at 2 for 45, and this is where Imran Khan will gamble now. Ijaz Ahmed, the left arm medium pacer who bowls around the wicket, probably the weak link in the Pakistan attack, is now brought in by Imran. This is the 16th over, so the field restrictions are off for the first 15. So now Ijaz Ahmed, who didn't bat today, he faces Akib Javed, who's bowled a superb spell of bowling. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Wazam Akram, 1 for 21. And the young leg spinner Mushtaq Ahmed, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. England with a chance here maybe to lift their run rate and to just take some of the initiative away from the Pakistan bowlers.
Yes, well, the captain's still out there. Gooch, so much depends on him. Ijaz having a little chat to his captain there, and I think he's a little unhappy about the man down at fine leg. He wants him a little squarer, which really does leave the area in that leg glance. Well, that's got to be a wide, yes. If he's going to bowl out there, he doesn't need anyone on the leg side. But if he gets it straight, Gooch will be looking for a fine nick down the leg side, and if he gets it down there, the ball going to that area, no one down there covering that at all.
Yes, he's certainly the weak link. He'll just try and get it right, angle the ball in like that, and try and restrict the boundaries. If they can do that, they'll put the middle order under enormous pressure. England not getting a lot of boundaries here.
I think the middle order under a bit of pressure now, although they've got some experience there. I like the look of Neil Fairbrother. He needs a bit of a start. If he gets going, and Lamb will move with him, along with either Gooch or Hick, then England still in with a chance. There's a lot of cricket left in this match.
Gooch is playing a good captain's knock here. He's not showing any signs of anxiety at all. Just working the ball nicely into the gaps. His counterpart, Imran, there, a little bit concerned about the field for Ijaz, making sure it's right, particularly to Hick, who is a very strong square of the wicket player. The man coming across from the offside onto the onside, so they're strengthening that region there at square leg. There's 2 men about 15 metres apart, a forward square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and a man down at fine leg for Ijaz. So he's going to angle the ball into the right-handed Hick at that middle leg. Oh, and he beats him cold outside the off stump, just pushing forward.
Yes, he's really having a big struggle of it now. If you have a look at this shot, he's a real round armer. Mind you, that did hold its line a bit, and if you bowl the ball from that wide, this gives you an idea of how round arm he bowls. The ball hitting the seam and just holding its line a bit.
This time he picks up a single. Good recovery by Hick and Gooch here. They're on the ropes when there was 2 early wickets. The ball was moving around a bit, but they've steadied. And Imran there looking to maybe come into the attack shortly, having trouble with that shoulder, the right shoulder, right throughout this tournament. It's good running.
So I'll tell you what, he was about to pick that up and let it go at the non-striker's end, and there was only one man backing up. Anything could have happened there. Gooch pushing it nicely into the gap. Mushtaq Ahmed's at mid-wicket.
Four runs off the over as Drinks come on the ground. It's 2 for 49. Welcome back to the Melbourne Cricket Ground. England 2 for 49, chasing 250 for victory in the World Cup. Ian Botham was the first man out when the score was on 6. He was caught behind, a very good delivery.
Yes, he was given out, caught behind. His head certainly went swinging around there, and a couple of appealers, and eventually given out by umpire Brian Aldridge. He wasn't very happy. The whole of Pakistan was. This is Stewart's dismissal. I think he probably did get a little nick on that one. And you can see there, just tucked his bat underneath his arm, and off he went, caught behind after surviving an earlier appeal, which caused a little bit of a fracas out in the centre as well. But Botham's decision, well, he was out for a duck. He only faced 6 balls. I must say the angle from behind indicated to me that there may have been some doubt about that. And if there's some doubt, then the batsman should get it. However, there's no point in dwelling on that. Botham and Stewart back in the pavilion, and the Pakistanis have done very well. Wasim Akram has 1 for 21. Aqib Javid's bowled beautifully actually for his 1 for 15, and now we're watching Mushtaq, and it really is quite interesting watching him at the moment because he's got Graham Hick in a bit of a tangle. He's already bowled 3 overs, only conceded 9 runs, and Ijaz, the slinger who's bowling from round the wicket, has only bowled 1 over. So it's early days from his point of view. But this is going to be absolutely vital.
It's a beautiful evening. Crowd over 80,000. We haven't had a final figure yet. It's hard to judge with the new stand here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, but nice warm evening and a very keen crowd supporting England and Pakistan. Mushtaq, bad ball, doesn't get put away. Wide called. Fair enough.
Yes, that brings up the 50. 100 balls, and that's a decidedly better rate than the Pakistani rate, and fair enough too. That one down the leg side, they might get a few more of those.
Gooch always coming forward to the leg spinner in defence, unlike Hick who plays back. Graham Gooch tries to smother the spin. That's the assignment. 200 runs needed. 8 wickets in hand, the key figure, but the run rate almost 6 runs per over.
Yes, we've got a good graph here which will give you an indication of where England are by comparison with where Pakistan was. There it is. At the moment, they're not doing too badly at all. They're ahead. They've also lost 2 wickets, those 2 blue dots there. But as you can see from that graph, Pakistan really did very well from around about the 30th over onwards. In fact, it was about the 28th over onwards. They really did turn it on. And it was from that point that they went absolutely flying towards 250.
And here the leg spinner, brought on by his captain before the 15th over, is once again bowling very well. The Englishman not sure which way he's turning the ball. He bowls a very good wrong one, or a googly top spinner and a leg break which turns a long way. It's bowling to a strong offside field. 5 on the off, 4 on the on. Good sweeping. Ijaz misfields.
Yes, Ijaz is having a bit of a problem there. They've got 2 men covering that area, and so Imran pointing around. In fact, I think he's pushing a man back on the offside, but that's the man just behind square on the leg side. Ijaz is going to get plenty of action there. It'll be interesting now to see if Hick can do anything about the leggy.
Cuts all bottom edge again. He's really having a nightmare period, Graham Hickey. He doesn't pick the wrong one at all. He's trying to cut off the back foot off the stumps, and twice now he's got a bottom edge which has bounced away, just missing the stumps. It's 2 for 52. Ijaz. Well, the lights of Melbourne there, and Melbourne's a lovely city, as is Sydney, and I've got some very good news because the New South Wales Tourist Commission are having a plaque made for A.W. Gregg, my fellow commentator, for his continued support and love of Sydney. Well, that's marvellous.
That is great news, Bill, and thank you for passing it on to me. I'm highly honoured. It's not difficult to say good things about Sydney, apart from the fact that it's my home. It's a magnificent city.
Well, congratulations, and we know who you're supporting tonight, so I'm not sure we're going to get a double or not, because this is a very good World Cup, with Pakistan scoring 249 and England here playing very well.
Well, that's made my night now. I don't mind who wins this match.
Ijaz. And the captain just picking up a single. They fall over, misfield, but no bonus run there. That may be a problem for Pakistan when the pressure really comes on in the final overs in the field. A little bit of dew about, and the pressure will mount, as it did for England in the last 10 overs. There was some sloppy throwing and misfields. This time he slips on the rubbers, doesn't concede the run. Imran Khan not opting to bowl yet, using his 4th bowler in Ijaz. Giving away any boundaries. The run rate required 6.03.
Yes, it's beginning to become just a little bit of a worry now. I think that England can afford one bowler to be very economical, but they can't afford 2 to be very economical. At the moment, that's what's happening.
Almost a run there, the man deep on the 30-yard line, but Newt's not prepared to call. You feel the tension mounting now. It's a period where either side could cut loose here. Another wicket for Pakistan. They'll be right on top. If England have a big partnership, as Imran and Java did at this stage, they could get within striking distance. It's in the air, but it's safe. Backing up. Safely back. It's 2 for 55. Great Southern Stand. The Melbourne Cricket Ground officially opened today, completed on time. Holds around about 42,000 people seated. Covers the whole southern section of the Melbourne Cricket Ground.
It's quite amazing actually standing out there underneath that southern stand, and also quite incredible the effect it has on the breeze. There's the wind, when it blows in this direction, actually comes back in this way. And it's quite incredible standing out on the centre. Comes back in there because of the vacuum it's formed. And it's quite difficult to work out which end to bowl from if you want the wind at your back.
It's driving beautifully down to long off, using his feet. Mustak Ahmed prepared to throw the ball up. He's getting a little bit of turn here. It's a nice, dry, hard pitch. And he's a very promising leg spinner. He's only 21 years of age. He's 43rd one-day international. 57 wickets, a wonderful effort, really, for leg spinner. He gets it away nicely. His first positive stroke. Fine for 2.
Yes, he picked that one too. I think that's probably the first one he's picked. And that all is well for England. Notice the ball here. Normally spins away, but that one spun back. And Hick closed the face of the bat, played with the spin. Was just a little bit short. So he had a bit of time to adjust there, which he did well.
And there was a shortish gully position. Mustak, an attacking leg spinner. The man, 21 years of age, has great control. He's got 57, good average. Economy rate's up a bit, but he gets with it at a vital time for Pakistan. He always bowls at the top order batsman. He's had a good World Cup. He's got important wickets. One remembers Dean Jones in Perth was a vital wicket for Pakistan.
Yes, it's always pertinent to take note of the wickets that the bowlers do take. 9 matches for 13 wickets, and his economy rate just a little bit better there, 65.6 runs per 100 balls.
Oh,
well, that's got to be close.
Wrong, he's got him. Beautiful bowling. He wasn't picking in Graham Hick, and he was plumb. Superb effort by the young leg spinner. Sharp spinning wrong and plumb in front.
Yes, well, I think that was always predictable. Hick was having trouble picking that one, especially when it was a little bit further up. He was playing from the crease, and all Ahmed had to do was hit that back pad with one of his googlies, and this is what he did. You watch him go back here, and the ball spins back onto him, and in point of fact hit the front pad, but his foot was only just on the front crease, and so umpire Aldridge from New Zealand raises his finger, and that's a huge blow to him. Well, the Pakistanis are very happy, and Graham Hick, no doubt, very sad. 36 balls for his 17, and England now 3 down for 59.
Gooch on strike to Ijaz, called wide by Steve Buckner, who I don't think he's made a mistake all World Cup. Steve Buckner, who's had a magnificent series as an umpire.
Yes, he's very relaxed, marvellous temperament as well. He's a football referee at the top class, which makes a difference. He's used to players getting just a little bit tense. And there's a little fumble down there by Imzamam Al-Haq, and that allows 2. Well, Gooch will be getting a bit frustrated too. He's been out there since the start, and his partners keep leaving him. And one of the reasons is this man, Mushtaq, getting this ball to turn back, and really he had absolutely no idea. Hick, I think, had the feeling there as he looked up.
Yes, the art of deception there from Mustak. He's been bowling top spinners and wrong-uns and leg breaks, and Graham Hick was trying to play him off the pitch, which is very dangerous if you play back. Gooch was coming forward, he just rocks back, and he didn't have any idea. He was trying to cut that actually, and it spun back, hit him on the front pad, but certainly would have hit the middle stump. An easy decision for the umpire, Brian Aldridge, at the members' end.
Yes, I think that's a sign of happiness.
Ijaz, the weakest of the Pakistan attack, operating. Fairbrother gets some pad, goes away, fine leg, a leg by. Well, England still in with a chance that their middle order can bat well. Experienced players like Lamb and Fairbrother got to support Gooch.
We might get down to Alan Lamb and Gooch. Well, obviously Fairbrother's out there at the moment. It'll be interesting to see how he plays the leg spinner, because the ball will be spinning away from him. I suspect that initially, certainly, Imran will have a slip in there, hoping that the leg spinner will find the outside edge. Meanwhile, Gooch quietly continues, picking up the ones. Odd 2. Now it's Fairbrother's turn. The ball will really be angling across him a long way.
No slip in, just the defensive field for EJs, because he's not the tightest of bowlers. Ring of 5 inside the circle. Fairbrother gets away easily off the mark. Nice push to point.
It's Neil Fairbrother is one of the best one-day players in the county cricket competition in England. Plays for Lancashire. And is a prolific scorer of runs out there. Question is, can he do it at this level? Can he do it on this occasion?
Good over for England. It's 3 for 66.
Very interested spectator at the MCG tonight. Completely unconcerned, I think, as to whether Pakistan or England are going to be the victors in this contest. There is a man who's very concerned. Neil Fairbrother just recently arrived out the crease. He's facing Mushtaq Ahmed. Mushtaq just taken the wicket of Graham Hick. And Neil Fairbrother, he'll be now tested as to whether he can pick the leg spinners against the googly. Neil Fairbrother's profile: 24 matches in one-day limited over cricket for England. That 100 against the West Indies last year at Lord's.
Good evening, David. Good evening, all. Fairbrother here. There you see his track record of an average of 37.56. Very effective as a one-day player, particularly coming in down the order, and a strike rate of 72.2. That is an outstanding effort, and he is one of England's key players here tonight.
Miscue from Graham Gooch. And they got 2 runs for that.
Graham Gooch looking to hit this over extra cover. Just gets the ball to turn on him and hits it through the vacant slip area. You see it again.
That's up in the air. It's gone out towards deep square leg. There's a man underneath it. That's a brilliant catch. Aqib Javed is the man who's come in from deep square leg, and he is absolutely delighted. He's going to do a lap of honour all by himself. That for a World Cup final is a great, great catch, and the England captain has gone.
Graham Gooch looking to accelerate this England scoring rate that Pakistan bowlers really contained. Tries to... He goes on the sweep here, and the ball sweeping against the spin. That's why the ball goes in the air. And look at this wonderful catch by Aqib Javed, right at just above grass level. What a superb catch! And Mushtaq is so excited, so is Aqib, and so the whole Pakistan team. They know that getting the England captain out now, England have huge problems. The score 4 for 69.
Alan Lamb is the new batsman coming out to replace Graham Gooch. 37 years old. Very experienced middle order batsman. He's going to need all that experience here tonight if England want to take this game away. And he's here to replace Graham Gooch, who's just been caught in the deep. Sweeping at Mushtaq Ahmed, gets the top edge. The ball goes high down towards square leg, and it's Aqib Javed comes in for a brilliant low catch. Somehow managed to keep the ball in his hands, rolls over, and you'll see one very happy man suddenly meeting 10 other very, very happy men indeed. He hasn't got time to talk to him. And that left England in a little bit of trouble. 4 wickets down now for 71 runs, 21 overs gone. Gooch there, the England captain, he would have been looking to emulate Pakistan's captain Imran Khan, who hung around for a long, long time for his 72 and was the backbone of the Pakistan innings. But England have a lot of ground now to make up. Fairbrother and Lamb, technically the last of the genuine batsmen, but plenty of talent left in the lower orders as well. And Imran Khan has decided to take this opportunity with 2 new batsmen in to take over from Ijaz Ahmed at the southern end, bowling from in front of the great newly opened southern stand here at the MCG. Imran Khan, the Pakistan captain, must be very happy with his side's progress now. That wicket of Gooch, a major blow for England. Imran Khan's been talking about the cornered tiger ever since Pakistan played Australia at Perth a couple of weeks back. Ever since then, they've not looked back. Fairbrother will look for 2, and he'll get it.
Neil Fairbrother, the Lancashire captain. Alan Lamb, the Northand's captain. They're both very experienced one-day players. They know exactly what's got to be done. But there you see Alan Lamb, he's just come into bat, but England there, they need 6.13. The rate's steadily climbing. It's difficult times for England, and the Pakistan bowlers really making inroads into the England batting. They still need 176 runs, and now they're only 6 wickets in hand.
Well fielded. Very sharply in at cover. And that's Mushtaq, the wicket taker, as he's known in his village in Pakistan. And Pakistan looking very sharp in the field now. They can sense that things are going their way. And the whole atmosphere has lifted out there for him.
Alan Lamb looking for 2, but the fielding a little bit wayward, but nevertheless Pakistan very confident here. They really are buzzing in the field. There you see it, the throw. The wicketkeeper having no chance of jumping to get that one, but nevertheless they've got the backup.
And that ball kept low on Neil Fairbrother.
It's not really what a batsman wants to see. The ball suddenly keeping a bit low on him like that, because he won't have the confidence to then play through the line of the ball, because he's not too sure. And Fairbrother here, his confidence, he's trying to build it.
That's going to go very quickly down to 4 runs. The man's wide at long leg. It's 4 very welcome runs for England, which takes them to 4 for 80.
Well, a question I just asked you, Sunil, off air. Would it have been worth bringing on Wasim Akram or Javed Miander to try and get one of these last 2 recognised batsmen out?
Not at this stage. Perhaps when 30 overs have been bowled, they can be brought in for a short second spell and leave them again for the final burst, because England have a fairly long batting lineup, right up to number 10 in fact.
That's the view from the top of the Regent Hotel where the England players are staying at the moment. And the MCG, a glorious sight shining out in the darkness that is Melbourne. England at 4 for 80, ahead of Pakistan in terms of runs at the equivalent stage. And early trouble for Alan Lamb. Mushtaq Ahmed's bowled superbly tonight. He's had All the England batsmen looking at him very carefully indeed.
Yes, he's bowling it just outside the off stump, pitching it perfectly for his googly.
That could run away for 4. This outfield's been very quick all day. It's been superbly prepared by the curators here at the MCG. And Alan Lamb is away. Beautifully controlled sweep shot.
Mushtaq Ahmed has bowled wonderfully here today. He's pitched it almost perfectly there. It's just slightly over pitches. Lamb gets it away, but the 4s haven't been very easy for the England batsmen to get.
There'll be 1. Lamb through very quickly. And Wasim Akram almost taking exception to Mushtaq Ahmed lying in the middle of the wicket there. Wanted to tidy things up a bit.
Mushtaq nearly should have dug a trench there. Because first of all, Fairbrother nearly stamped all over him. And then Wasim Akram was having a go at... Oh, it's nearly stood on his arm there. And then there's the other one. Just as well he ended up facing down the wicket, not sideways.
Your Fairbrother just sizing up the position of the field. Again the googly. He's bowled plenty of those tonight, Mushtaq Ahmed. And England's progress tonight has been halted by those wickets of Mushtaq Ahmed there in the 18th and 21st overs, 19th and 21st overs. The end of another over. England are 4 for 85.
A stump cam view we don't often see from the bowler's end.
Yes, Mushtaq making a great effort to stop that run. Then he gets his hands away from Fairbrother's feet and then his head away from the throw that comes into the wicketkeeper.
And the view from one of the hotels in Melbourne.
And now everybody knows which hotel that is.
And a view of the Melbourne Arts Centre there lit up. Again, the camera on top of the Regent Hotel. England nearly at the halfway mark now. And it was Pakistan at that stage got to 70 runs after 25 overs, but they had a bit of an onslaught, to say the least, for the next 25. Somehow boosted their total to 249, so England still chasing 250 to win this World Cup final. And there's going to be another bowling change. Imran Khan bowled the 1 over just for 9 runs from the southern end. And he's brought on his slow left arm spinner Amir Sohail. He's bowled 3 times in this. He's bowled 6 times in this World Cup with mixed success. Didn't have a very good run at Auckland in the semi-final, bowled 1 over for 11 there. And that's what England could do with now. That's a good start for Sohail. Lamb very watchful. Bit of width there, giving Lamb room to play the cut shot. There's a man out there, typical one-day field.
This Imran here, just seen Mushtaq turn the ball, has brought Sohail on to see if he can't just spin it. Cause a little bit of trouble to Alan Lamb and Fairbrother. But he's got a tough task on here as he's trying to contain the English batsmen who have to now push the rate on if they're going to get this score of 250.
Imran Khan meticulous in his field placing. just gone past the outside edge. No real turn there. Fairbrother perhaps allowing for a bit of turn when there was none, but surviving. Will be a comfortable one. Lamb will look for two, and he's coming back very quickly. That's good running from England. The man was very deep at long off. They had a long way to come in to save the second run there, and Lamb turned perfect and was well back on his way.
It's good one-day cricket. Perfect weight on the ball to make sure they can get in for two. Alan Lamb very quick.
Steve Buckner signals dead ball. Neil Fairbrother takes time just to relax and prepare for Sahel to actually let go of one. And Steve Buckner just saying, cool it out there. Not quite sure what's going on, who's saying what to whom. And whereas Sahel in Auckland and Eden Park struggled to land the ball, he's doing all right today. And he's just checking there that Alan Lamb doesn't gain too much ground from the crease before the ball is bowled. 4 off that over. England moved to 4 for 89.
Of course, running a batsman out who's left the bowler's end is not considered cricket. You normally expect a warning first.
Yes, but in limited overs cricket, where every run is vital, Amir Sohail is well within his rights to tell Alan Lamb not to back up before the ball's bowled.
Back again with Mushtaq Ahmed bowling to Neil Fairbrother. And at the end of that last over, little contretemps as Amir Sohail was looking at Alan Lamb making ground outside the crease before the ball was bowled and giving him a fairly obvious warning. If he did that again, he wouldn't be too happy. And that's through the gap. Not great fielding, it has to be said. Fairbrother will come back for the second. Mushtaq Ahmed showing a little displeasure there at that errant dive.
Fairbrother here just pushing the ball square the offside, the spin of the ball beating the fielder, and just looks a little bit untidy.
Lower on this time. Fairbrother angling the bat on the top spinner. And that's what England need to win this match. Still 159 runs at over 6 and over. 6 wickets in hand. But these are the two most important ones, Fairbrother and Lamb.
His Fairbrother is not too sure which way Mushtaq is actually spinning it, and as a result using his pad sometimes.
Full toss this time, but there's a man out at deep square leg. Fairbrother's hit it well, but he'll only get one for it. And it's still a very warm night out here at the MCG. The temperature's been in the 30s all day. This is not the temperature graph, this is England's run rate against that of Pakistan, whereas England are above at the moment. The crucial part is that last 10 overs, where Pakistan accelerated away far too quickly. Another googly. Another very good over from Mushtaq Ahmed. England 4 for 92.
And it looks as though Mushtaq's causing all the England batsmen problems. They don't seem to be able to spot the googly at all.
And that's why he was going to be so crucial to Pakistan's attack. He's done a tremendous job. Not only has he bottled the run scoring, but he's got 2 very important wickets.
Amir Sahel continuing the spin attack. And again, whereas England are ahead at the moment in terms of runs after the first ball of the 25th over, there's a long way to go. That's the story of the England innings. Graham Gooch, top scorer so far, 29 off 66 balls. But those 4 wickets are the key to the story. One more to Fairbrother.
Sahel, having come on to bowl in place of Imran Khan, just wonder whether Imran's shoulder is okay. He was rubbing it earlier, and Sahel's taken over from him that end.
Earlier in the day, Pakistan reached that total of 6 for 249, largely thanks to 72 from Imran Khan, 58 from Javed Miandad, a very important partnership that. But the main acceleration of the Pakistan innings came when that man, Wasim Akram, and his partner Inzamam ul Haq, 33 and 42 respectively, plundered the last overs of the England innings. And England's task now is to keep this scoreboard ticking over. We've seen a lot of games in this competition with the side batting seconds taking its time. England are 4 for 95.
Well, they have to keep the runs ticking over, but don't they need a few boundaries?
Well, perhaps at this stage they would be quite happy if they got about 4 or 5 singles and over. That way the scoreboard would be kept ticking over without them taking undue risks. But certainly after another few overs, maybe by the 32nd, 33rd over, they need the boundaries.
The MCG by night, and the left of that picture at the northern end, the members' end of the MCG, there's been another change of bowling. Mushtaq Ahmed has completed 8 overs, 2 for 29, a very good spell by the leg spinner. Imran Khan, the captain, returns, started a spell at the southern end, bowled 1 over for 9, now takes over from his successful leg spinner at the members' end. Wasim Akram and Aqib Javed made the early breakthroughs for Pakistan, and then Mushtaq Ahmed capitalised on that. It's now up to the Pakistani skipper to try and keep the shackles on these England batsmen. He'll be bowling to Neil Fairbrother.
I'm sure what Imran would like to find here is that the ball that he's bowling from this end is going to swing a lot more than the one he used at the other end. It's quite important for the bowlers now to get some sort of movement. And Imran, who is a wonderful swinger of the ball, he would like to just see some sort of movement. He didn't get it in the first over. He went for 9, and now he's going to try and see what he can do at the other end.
Good running again from England. Pakistani field is buzzing more than we've seen them at various stages in this tournament. But a comfortable single there for Lamb. Good understanding with Neil Fairbrother, just hits the ball and runs.
Because at this stage, that's exactly what England are going to have to do. Those singles have to keep coming every single delivery that's bowled. They've got to get bat to ball, and then the 4's all bonuses.
Malik coming in very quickly from deep square leg. Keeps the England batsman down to 1.
The England need 152. And they've got 23.3 overs remaining, but 6 wickets in hand to do the job. Still a tough task. This is what one-day cricket's all about.
Both these batsmen finding the gaps well. England have to keep scoring at 6 runs and over and above if they're going to win this match. It's very much a question of finding the gaps, picking up those 1s and 2s, and at some stage England are going to need some more boundaries. Quickly it's Ijaz. England will get 2 for this with the overthrow. And Fairbrother's got escape back again. That's well run and well fielded. Moeen Khan unable to get up the stumps in time to take the first throw. But both fielders and batsmen very sharp out there this evening.
So Moeen Khan was unable to get both throws as they scamper through for this single. And Moeen Khan doesn't quite make that one. Then as Fairbrother setting off for the one return, he can't get back for that throw. Just shows you how quick the England batsmen were.
Another single. England move on to 102. There are 4 wickets down. It's the end of the 27th over. If it's any consolation to England at this stage, the history of one-day matches at the MCG suggests the side batting second has a better chance of winning. Fairbrother takes one more, paddling this ball round to the leg side. Side batting second at the MCG has won 50% of the time. Side batting first has won 42.3% of the time. Straight. Just turned back a little bit on Alan Lamb there.
Yeah, you just see the ball turning slightly for the spinner, and that's what he wants to see.
Lamb's down the wicket. Unable to get it past the infield. So Hale fields off his own bowling. And there are those stats from the MCG. The difference in percentages, of course, being made up by those matches abandoned and where no play was possible.
So Hale doing a wonderful job here, restraining English batting. Alan Lamb struggling to get it away. Boundaries not coming too quickly. The last one is in the 23rd over, and Fairbrother and Lamb will be looking to hit that boundary a few times if they're going to get the score.
Only 2 off the over. 28 gone. England are 4 for 104.
Well, Sahel is supposed to be a make-up bowler, so to concede just 2 runs, that's very, very good.
At this stage of the innings, more than the halfway stage, he's done a very good job for Pakistan. He wasn't very successful with the bat, but he's certainly proving his usefulness with the ball.
Imran Khan to Lamb. 22 overs left in this contest, the World Cup final. No other chances after this game. This has been the culmination of a wonderful tournament here in Australia and New Zealand. The pressure very much still on the England batsmen. With a fair amount of ground to make up. Imran Khan, Pakistan captain and all-rounder. Good one-day average there, and a good economy rate over his career as a limited overs international player. And a very shrewd captain to boot.
This Imran's record in the World Cup. There you see it, an economy rate of 63.2 and 33 wickets. He's played in 28 matches, and probably his last World Cup that he will play in, age 39. But you never know. Imran's been along to most of the other World Cups, and he's been around for a long time.
Rather pauses away. Will only be one. And this Imran Khan's 5th World Cup. One of only 2 men between Imran Khan and Javed Miandad who've represented their country in all these 5 World Cups. It's the first time that Pakistan have been in the final. Lost in the semi-finals last time in '87. Past the outside as a Lamb's bat. Trouble there for England. And moral success for Imran Khan.
This is a good delivery by Imran. Just bounces on Alan Lamb just outside the off stump. Alan Lamb is not quite in line, looking to run it down to third man, but Imran comes out the victor with that delivery.
Those previous World Cup finals, twice the West Indies successful. The first 2 years of the competition. India beat the West Indies in '83. Alan Lamb's favourite cut shot. You only get 1 for it this time. England move on to 107, 4 wickets down. Amir Sahel continues to Alan Lamb. Still frustration for the England batsmen out there. They've got to take heart from the fact that Pakistan, off their last 25 overs, hit 179 runs. It was Imran Khan, Javed Miandad, but especially Wasim Akram and Inzamam ul Haq. This is squirted through. Lamb's managed to find a gap here by an unorthodox method. We'll get 2 for it this time. And that Pakistani onslaught realised 124 in the last 15 overs. And unfortunately, Alan Lamb there, over-eager in his running. 1 short called.
Here's the frustration shown with Alan Lamb.
Past Alan Lamb's bat this time, just trying to dabble it down the offside.
Alan Lamb here just trying to run it down fine on the offside, past the slip area which is vacant.
This is not Alan Lamb's greatest time, I'm afraid to say. Definitely signs of tension out there. Lamb's been missing from the England side for most of the World Cup. Struggling to find some form here tonight at the MCG.
Yes, sir.
Very good tight bowling from the Pakistani spinners. England 4 for 108.
Must have been close. Zahid is having a terrible time this evening. He's so enthusiastic out there. The young man is the substitute on the field. He's had a lot of problems.
And he seems to be wearing spikes as well. That was missing leg stump by a considerable amount. I know that it pleased him too much. He's got spikes in the front of his shoes. but slippery bits on it all over the rest of it.
Imran Khan will feel that he has this match in control at the present time, but he knows also that these two batsmen up there are very dangerous one-day players. Alan Lamb is a very experienced batsman with a tremendous one-day record, whereas Neil Fairbrother hasn't really come on as a test batsman. He certainly is a tremendous player at the one-day level and has had a good World Cup. 100 against the West Indies at Lords in the last of the Texaco Trophy one-day matches last summer. Very well on the tour of New Zealand as well, which preceded the World Cup.
Exactly the same applies here to Fairbrother and Lamb as applied to Imran and Javed in the Pakistan innings, where they went very, very slowly. It was important they didn't throw away a wicket. Same applies to Fairbrother and Lamb now. They've been tied down. They've got a lot to do, but it's very important they keep the wickets in hand so they can have a rush at it towards the end. Quite often you see players who are tied down, going along very slowly, all of a sudden get frustrated, throw away their innings, and the whole thing disintegrates. Another thing they need to do is hit 4 boundaries in the next 3 overs. It's 4 for 114 and 31.
MCG on this historic occasion, the first World Cup final to be held in the Southern Hemisphere. The other 4, first 3, all the finals held at Lords. Those first 3 were in England, and then the 4th in 1987 at the Eden Gardens ground in Calcutta when Australia beat England in the final. England here in their 3rd final.
Fairbrother's going to look for 2. That's good running. Lamb placed it very well, and Fairbrother was off, if not like a rabbit, at least very, very quickly. They've got to start their surge now, and they've got to be very careful not to lose a wicket. We'll look for 2 again.
Fairbrother certainly will be pressing Alan Lamb here. And one of the oldest men in the England team, Fairbrother is very quick between the wickets, and that's one of the advantages he has as a one-day player.
Go for 2 again. Can Fairbrother do it? No. Not even with Zahid Fazl's slippery boots.
Fine. They'll be looking for a second here again. Fairbrother says, come on, let's go for it.
Gee, it was well fielded. He was off balance when he threw. A good throw, I reckon, would have stretched Fairbrother to the limit.
That's the other substitute, Wasim Haider, and certainly if he had gone on top of the bails, Fairbrother was gone, but it was such a good bit of fielding that we really can't quibble over the throw.
The question is coming up now, will they be able to rattle Pakistan? No doubt a direct hit there would have run out Lamb. But will the fielding hold up? Can Imran hold Pakistan together if the surge does come and the quick singles are taken? Ramesh Raj with the fielder.
Yes, sir. Well, they've taken 9 off that over. Some desperate running. It's 4 for 123.
Trying to work out, Sonny, that what Imran's doing with the substitution. They use all their substitutes quite intelligently.
Yes, in the semi-finals they brought in Ijaz Ahmad, who's a brilliant fielder, to field for Inzamam ul Haq. Javed, of course, took ill during this game, so Javed has a legitimate excuse to be off the field. But we don't quite know who's the second fielder who's off.
So 32 overs gone. England on the runs there, certainly well in advance. That's a good 20 runs in advance at 32 overs, but 4 wickets down after these, the last 2 specialist batsmen in. Just the all-rounders to come. Pakistan still had Imran Khan and Javed Miandad at the crease at this stage of their innings, and that was vital to their final charge, which carried them up to 249 for 6. Imran with his 5th over. There's that great incline in the Pakistan graph towards the end of their innings. The last 30 overs or so, they really propelled themselves past the 200 mark. In fact, the halfway stage, it looked as if there was no way they could get up to 250. We were talking about around 200. To Imran, Javed Miandad, Inzamam and Wasim Akram were the ones responsible for pushing it up. England on a steady graph. Now they've got to just get the incline going. There's another version of the scoring rates. And all the way through the last 30 overs, littered with overs which yielded 9 and 10 and 12 and even more than that.
It's a beautiful stroke. Away over cover. Alan Lamb's been searching for that shot. He was trying to get around so he could hit Amir Sohail, the left-arm spinner, away over cover, but Amir Sohail kept angling the ball in at him, quite flat. Now Lamb has got Imran away over the infield.
Kind of shot we saw him play the other evening against South Africa towards the end. That was the first boundary for 10 overs, but they've used the gaps in this vast outfield very well in that time. They've run well between the wickets. They've put pressure on the Pakistan batsmen. Things just beginning to tilt once more. Partnership now worth 46.
The way Fairbrother played in that match here at the MCG against South Africa, we've got a fair idea that his temperament's okay, that he knows, as Tony's just pointed out, how to use the gaps. And that on the evidence we've seen so far, he's not likely to lose his head. Imran's coming around the wicket now and seems to be getting in well. Straight down the line of the stumps there.
End of the over, 4 for 130. Shining down in the MCG, and Amir Sohail, who was 5 overs before this, it cost him 19. It's good protection in the offside. Mushtaq Ahmed, the leg spinner, good in the field for Pakistan. It's a bonus for them to have a leg spinner who is so good in the field. With all due respects to my fellow commentator, of course.
You were too young to see me play, Curse. Lamb and Fairbrother doing the job for England at the moment. 7.1 for the rate. They've kept it around about that figure the last 3 overs. Have to be quick. Almost got him again.
Well, we've seen already in this competition where the Pakistani fielder has got one of their bowlers. Aqib Javed, as you remember, was knocked into concussion with a throw from the field in the match against South Africa at the Gabba. Every chance of someone getting hurt this evening with returns such as those.
Needs stroke. Man, have cut it off about on the boundary. Wasn't quite such an intended stroke. Raja. And 3 to Fairbrother. 4 for 138 England.
Welcome back. I hope you're enjoying this World Cup final. Sonny, although England are slightly ahead at this point on run, they've lost those 2 extra wickets. How do you see the match poised?
Well, really, it depends on this pair, because if they can get England to closer to 200 in the next few overs, in the next maybe 10 overs or so, then maybe they can throw their bats about in the remaining 5 overs.
Alan Lamb has been out quite a long time during the preliminary rounds with hamstring trouble. You think he's fit enough to keep running those short 1s and 2s?
Well, he seems to be doing all right so far, but really I think as the innings progresses, he'll probably find it difficult.
Fairbrother doing well, 37 off 44, almost all in ones and twos. I can't remember, we had one boundary in, what, 12 overs?
Well, so long as they're keeping the scoreboard moving, they won't feel the pressure also themselves. They have Chris Lewis who can throw his bat around, and Pringle and Reeve. Reeve the other day played magnificently against South Africa. In fact, his innings really made the score unattainable as far as South Africa were concerned, and so maybe he can come in and do something.
What did he score? 25 off 13 balls.
That's right.
So every bit as good as Inzamam Al-Huk's rate when he came in. So I don't know. I think I'd rather be a Pakistan supporter at the moment than an English supporter.
Imran Khan now playing one of his trump cards early. This partnership is developing into something which is going to worry Pakistan. He's bringing back Wasim Akram, who had 5 overs at the start. The partnership now is worth 69 of 79 deliveries. Pakistan is using 2 substitutes out there. Zahid Fazal is on for Javed Miandad, who in fact was taken ill during his innings and had to use a runner towards the last part of it. And Imzaman is also off the ground, limped off, and has been replaced by Wasim Haider. In fact, Imzaman didn't field much either in the Pakistan semi-final match against New Zealand in Auckland. Ijaz Ahmed fielded for him for most of the innings, and he's off again here.
When Inzamam gets into the 5-day version on hot days where his ankles are under stress, he may find it more difficult to spend a lot of time off the field. Very good delivery from Wasim Akram.
If Brian Lara is back in the Caribbean watching, he'll remember that delivery. Almost the identical ball which crushed him on the right big toe in the first match of the World Cup involving Pakistan and the West Indies. Forced him to retire hurt. Famous Yorker delivery from Wasim Akram.
Going back to Inzamam for a moment, and the fact that he seems to be a little prone to injury. When the 5-day matches are on, there'll be captains who will keep an eagle eye out to make sure that someone who bats then does a full stint in the field. And that is a new record for limited overs cricket in Australia. 87,182 the crowd here today, beating the previous record of 86,133. Wonderful sight. What a great delivery. Left arm round the wicket. Alan Lamb has been cleaned up. Perhaps so too England. Beautifully bowled by Wasim Akram. It's an unusual action and direction to come left arm around at that pace. Alan Lamb has gone.
And they're all watching on the Giants board here. What we're now watching on our screens. A magnificent delivery. Wasim Akram brought back just for that purpose. Lamb and Fairbrother had stuck on Pakistan, and now Wasim Akram removes Lamb for 31. It's 5 for 141. On a lot of all-rounders towards the end of their order. Lewis, Reeve, Pringle, De Freitas. Fairbrother is still there.
Subtract Lewis from that list. Wasim Akram is on a hat-trick. Played on. Again, left arm around the wicket, and Pakistan players here, the spectators in the Ada, and I suspect millions back home are dancing in absolute joy.
So the first wicket, that of Alan Lamb, with an absolutely magnificent delivery, as near as to unplayable as you can possibly get. And Chris Lewis going first ball with a big in swinger. He has every reason to be happy. He's on a hat-trick. He knows what it is to be on a hat-trick. He's been there several times before and has taken at least 2 from memory in one-day internationals. First ball duck, 6 for 141. The opportunity of watching from the non-striker's end, or at least for a while, as Wasim Akram's 2 wickets off successive balls came from the last 2 balls of the first over of a new spell. Lamb and then Lewis.
Even more palatable from Dermot Reeves' point of view is that he'll have the opportunity of facing Amir Sohail before he has to face the other left armour from the members' end.
Is off the mark. He played really well against South Africa in the semi-final in Sydney on Sunday. The circumstances were entirely different to those that he confronts now that he comes in with England really struggling.
Yes, sir.
That's a wide, no question about it, and very, very quickly signalled by Steve Bucknor, almost before it had passed the batsman. So the little interlude of an over from Amir Sohail, and we now can pay our attention to Wasim Akram, who is on a hat-trick. Wickets of Alan Lamb and Chris Lewis, and the big left-hander is coming up to see if he can make it 3 in a row.
This was an absolute cracker. Came in on that angle, left arm round the wicket, angled into Alan Lamb and then cut back to hit the outside of the off stump. Didn't just smash it in the middle. It just clipped the outside. Lewis playing on. Beaten by speed and swing. Hit the base of middle stump. Now then, Wasim Akram is on a hat-trick. Slip in. It might be a little unlucky that he has Fairbrother at that end rather than the new batsman Dermot Reeve.
He's had 2 hat-tricks in one-day internationals before. No ball. So we still have to wait to see if he'll get one, perhaps a technical hat-trick. No ball. Signal by umpire Aldridge. Chetan Sharma, in fact, got the only previous hat-trick in the World Cup. And he bowled all three of his. Wasim Akram, one of his previous hat-tricks have also been all bowled. Bojan, Marshall and Ambrose for the West Indies. But he won't get another one. So a tremendous effort by Wasim Akram, brought back by Imran Khan when Fairbrother and Lamb had that partnership going. That added 72 and was causing some worry to Pakistan. He came back in his very first over, removed Lamb and Lewis. In the commentary box now, Tony Greig, and with him Ian Chappell.
Thanks, Tony. Well, what an order this is now for Fairbrother and Reeve. And Wasim Akram is on fire. He came in with the bat and signalled his intentions then. He's bowled superbly and certainly on one occasion picked the ball up brilliantly in the outfield and whipped it over the bails. So 82 balls for that 101. It's well played. Very well played, in fact. It's racing away down towards the boundary. Well fielded too. The two of them converging on the ball down there. And eventually a dive, a desperate dive, kept the ball away from the fence. Aqib has hurt his hip there, but have a look at this. This was a good effort.
He's improved his fielding a lot, Aqib Javed. He was pretty ordinary when we first saw him in Australia, but he's already taken that brilliant catch in the outfield, and he's paid the penalty a bit there for saving that run. Looks like he might have cut his knee, I would say. That looks like it might be blood rather than dirt on his knee. So he's landed, well, there used to be practice pitches down that area. They're not there anymore, but it looks like it might be a bit rough there.
That's sort of the regrassed area down there, which has only recently been exposed to the ground. There's no future in having a look at that. It looks as if he's taken the skin off his area just below his knee there, but what a good effort that was. And there's the divot that his knee probably disappeared into. No from the non-striker's end.
Very quick no from Dermot Reeve, as well as a loud one, which you need. 87,000 people here. There's always a lot of noise when there's a decent crowd here at the MCG. Very difficult to hear in the middle. Dermot Reeve was wise to yell early and loudly.
Over the wicket to the left-hander. Six runs from that over. 6 for 153. So there's the comparison. The big difference, of course, being the wickets and the head on the runs. So much now depending on Fairbrother. Sohail to continue.
Just when you're playing against a cricketer like Wasim Akram, you always fear that he might have his good day at the wrong time. And you sort of got that feeling the way he batted earlier on today, that it might be his day. I'm sure that England were hoping that it wouldn't be his day, but he is that sort of cricketer, Wasim Akram. If he has a day on, and it does happen to be the cup final, you're in a bit of strife.
Little nudge there on the leg side, so they'll get another single there. They've got to keep these singles coming. They've got to get a few fours as well. This is a magnificent cricketer, capable of doing almost anything with the bat, and obviously a great bowler. He's also got a tremendous arm.
There was just something about the way he batted. He struck the ball very well. He hasn't done much with the bat in this competition. You just got the feeling that he was feeling pretty confident, and that it might be his day.
Yes, sir.
So they're settling for one there. It's just one ball to go. Because in fact, he's had a few problems. Imran's had to put up with a lot of wides and no balls from Wasim Akram. But then again, he gave him his head. He said, you just don't worry about that. Charge in and get wickets. Half-hearted appeal, but no chance there. So it's the end of the over, 6 for 157.
Sohail once again proving to be very economical. Not bad for a 5th change bowler.
He's done a very good job for Pakistan because before the tournament started, he was taken in primarily as a batsman, but he's proved that he can bowl a bit too, and certainly in the limited overs game, he has been a useful addition to the Pakistan team.
So there's going to be a change now at the members' end. Aqib Javed is going to take over from Wasim Akram. He bowled his previous overs, all 7 of them from the southern end. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Bowled very well, in fact. Swung the ball a bit early on and got 1 or 2 to move off the seam.
Yes, he's been a quiet achiever for Pakistan in this World Cup. Certainly doesn't get the praise that Wasim Akram gets, but he's been important in this team. And it was obviously important that he had to do well once Waqar Younis wasn't available for Pakistan. And he has shouldered that responsibility extremely well. Good outswinger going at a lively pace, and if you can bowl good outswingers at a lively pace and direct them well, then you're going to do a lot of damage in international cricket.
Dermot Reeve is a relative newcomer to the England side, but he's got a tremendous strike rate. And have a look at that average as well. Just the 7 innings. He's got a few not outs, but he doesn't waste too much time.
Called there by umpire Aldridge. Yes, that's quite an amazing average when you think that Dermot Reeve is going to be coming in late in the innings and having to strike the ball pretty hard and pretty often. But he doesn't. He obviously doesn't throw his wicket away easily, because he's only been dismissed once in his 7 innings, and he's had 5 innings in the World Cup, the 4 not outs, and an average of 70.
Looking for one there, but deciding against it, as he was in fine form against the South Africans. 25 not out of 14 balls, which included 17 off one of Donald's overs. He's a fast bowler. He kept whacking him away to the boundary. That was his last over. That's what confronts him and his partner and the rest of the England batting. 8 runs and over. Another wide. Well, obviously not quite as comfortable this end as he was down at the southern end.
Well, I think he's a bit harsh there, really. I think the batsman is playing on umpire Aldridge's generosity and letting that one go. I think the previous one was quite fair enough, but really wasn't stopping a shot, that delivery.
Imran doing the fielding. He's one of the two fieldsmen on the offside, saving one. And they now will just use one man in the circle on the onside. Imran will stay there on his own. The left-hander is on strike, Fairbrother. It's the offside field, 3 men in the circle. Keep Javed from the members' end.
Nope. Here's another quiet achiever for England, Neil Fairbrother. They've got a lot of big name players in their side, England, but none has contributed any more than Neil Fairbrother. He's played some very valuable innings in this competition.
Side, and that's the end of the over. 6 for 160.
I was actually surprised to see Javed coming in after seeing him limping, trying to stop that ball going over the boundary a couple of overs before. He looks sharp enough.
Yes, he is struggling with his run-up, and he's in some sort of discomfort. But when you're playing the finals, you tend to forget the aches and the pains, and particularly when you know you're in a winning position. Pakistan certainly is in a winning position here.
Not sure whether Neil
6 wickets now, only 4 left.
Feels a bit of cramp coming on. Just took some tablets before he had that drink. Laurie Brown, the England physio, bringing the tablets and the drink out to him.
He certainly looked very, very damp when he took that crash helmet off. That's understandable. There's a lot of sweating out there. It's obviously a time where you've got to run between the wickets a lot, and either he's not feeling too well, or as Ian Chappell has pointed out, they've given him a little bit of salt. He's down at the non-striker's end at the moment. Sohail to continue. Let's have a look at our graphs to see exactly where England are by comparison with Pakistan. Well, there are, as far as the total's concerned, they're almost spot on. The big question is, can they now maintain that rather steep climb that Pakistan put in place? It was all done at the end of their innings.
Now, a little bit of a limp there from Fairbrother, and whether that is a cramp. Yes, the problem for England is the wickets in hand. Pakistan were able to make that great charge in the last 10 overs of the innings because they had a lot of wickets in hand. But England don't have that luxury. They really can't afford to lose any wickets. So that's the difficult part in a one-day game, of scoring runs quickly and not getting out. Now, I think that Fairbrother is in a bit of strife here, and he may be calling for a runner. He certainly couldn't run very fast there. Reeve was looking for 2, but Fairbrother really had to just jog through. So maybe it's a bit more than just cramp. Amir Sohail there has got right across the pitch. He was getting ready for an appeal, delivered the ball left arm around the wicket, and then as he started to go for the appeal, he jumped right in front of the umpire.
Well, there's a misfield, and they've got to come back for the second, and that brings up his 50. 64 balls. A very good effort by him. It's also the end of the over, 6 for 165.
Well, as we've seen in the past, once a runner comes on, there's all sorts of confusion, but you pick out one strong candidate to come out as a runner.
Certainly, it should be Chris Lewis, but we see Alex Stewart coming down over here. Chris Lewis is such a quick runner, but perhaps Stewart, because he's the vice captain, and maybe he's a good runner between the wickets, a good judge of a run. That's the reason why he's been sent.
So there's the comparison after 40 overs. England just beginning to fall behind now, and what's more, they've lost 6 wickets. So therein lies their problem. However, Fairbrother is presenting a further problem for them, because Alex Stewart has arrived at the crease. He's going to run for Fairbrother. It's obviously in some sort of strife. It looks as if he's limping just a little bit.
Aqib Javed bowling his 9th over. Wasim Akram has bowled 7. It's going to be interesting to see who he's got as his finishing out bowler, apart from Wasim Akram, obviously. Maybe he's going to use himself.
Pad and straight back down the wicket.
He's got 12 overs between Amir Sohail and Ijaz Ahmed. Imran himself has only bowled 5. So there's a couple of bonus overs there for Imran. The fact that Sohail and Ijaz have bowled 12 between them. Mushtaq has a couple to go. And obviously, when the time is right, Imran will use him.
It looks as if Imran himself is getting loosened up, so he might be going to bring himself on very shortly. Only 57 balls remaining for the 85 now. This is going to take some doing, but nothing's impossible. Dermot Reeve has been known to cut loose.
Brilliant bowling. This has been a terrific over, and coming just at the right time for Pakistan. He's a much improved cricketer, Aqib Javed. Early in the innings with the new ball, he bowled outswingers. That was a beautiful in-swinging Yorker. He's improved his fielding a lot. He was a bit of a bunny in the field in his early days, but he's improved that a lot. That's 5 now that he's managed to prevent a run from being scored. So if he bowls a maiden here, it'll be a real big blow for England. Dermot Reeve on strike. Gets it over mid-on, he'll get 4. But he's only managed to get it away to cover for 1. So a very good over from Aqib Javed, 6 for 166.
It's the difference between the England performance in Pakistan. The Pakistan bowlers have been able to come on and really produce the goods when it mattered. Wasim Akram getting a couple of wickets and the maiden there.
Yes, what a fantastic over that from Aqib Javed. And that too when he's not 100% fit, he still has a little bit of limp after that brilliant save on the field. So the Pakistan bowlers really rising to the occasion, bowling a marvellous line in length.
So England beginning now to fall behind, 166. Pakistan were 177. It was around about this time that Pakistan really started to turn it on. And there's no future here for England to do anything other than have a go. And Dermot Reeve, I'm sure, is aware of that. He's having a little look around. The question is, where's he going to hit him?
Yes, this has got to be the over, the last over from Amir Sohail. And with the left-hander on strike, it might be a little easier, although Fairbrother is hurting a bit. Don't know whether that'll restrict his batting.
So Fairbrother, the left-hander here. The question is, can he get one away into the gap at mid-wicket over the short mid-wicket's head? Get it over the top of the heads of those two there. He's got a chance.
Catch it!
That's the area, just over the top, and it'll run away down towards the boundary. Will it get cut off? Yes, yeah. Oh, it's been missed. Into the fence it goes. Well, the idea was right. He didn't quite middle it. Mushtaq down there went right over the top of it. Now he's gone in the leg.
You're never safe if you've backed Pakistan. They always give you a worry. Oh, struck me. He hasn't even got a glove on that. You can't make an error if you don't touch him. That was the theory in baseball. I think if I was scoring, that would have to go down as an error.
Oh, he's running. Yes, he's going to be home. Just for a second I thought there was a mix-up there, but there are three of them out there. It's a little difficult. So Stewart now moves out towards the square leg umpire because he's running for the left-hander. In the air, one bounce to the short third man. So he's looking to hit the ball over extra cover, Dermot Reeve. Just one ball to go in this over. Sohail's last ball. His figures at the moment, no wicket for 48. This is his 10th.
Yes, sir.
So he's completed his spell. No wicket for 49. His figures 6 for 172.
Just looking at Illingworth, the left arm spinner for England's figures, he took 1 for 50, so Sohail just 1 run more economical. So it just shows you what a good performance from him.
Certainly is, and perhaps England leaving the charge a little too late, because Wasim Akram has got 3 overs left, and he's not going to give too many in those.
So Fairbrother, 56 off 66 deliveries, a lot depending on him. He's out there in a bit of trouble with a runner. Reeve on 12 off 25 balls. Aqib Javed, who's bowled the odd in-swinger, is bowling his last over. To take up commentary now, Bill Lawry and David Gow.
Thank you, Tony. He's hammered that to mid-on, just the single. Well, everything favouring Pakistan here. If they defend well, the misfield in the last over from Mushtaq shows that the pressure is starting to come onto the shoulders of Pakistan. They feel they can...
That would have to go down as an error. That would have to go down as an error.
Fair weather charges, but he's bowled very well in the spell, Aqib Javed, keeping the ball up. Coming back for the second. Throw the bowlers in, that's good running. Fair Brothers played very well here. David, he's a fighter and he's showing a lot of courage.
Showing a lot of courage in your Fairbrother. Again, suffering, another Englishman suffering from an injury at a crucial time. But his job now is to stand there and whack the ball. He's got to make contact, keep nudging the ball into the gaps, try and hit the odd boundary in between. That's what England need as well.
Slow ball and well bowled. They don't get a single. Bit of confusion there with the run of the man at square leg running for the left-handed Neil Fairbrother.
And in fact, Alex Stewart, who is the runner, square leg there for Neil Fairbrother, saying he couldn't hear the call. And of course, the last thing they want now is a tragic run out for Neil Fairbrother. And it really is very hard. There's a lot of noise at the stadium, 80-odd thousand people there, big atmosphere.
Charge, gets away, one edge. It's going to go all the way. Very valuable runs for England. They're in this match still. They'll go right down to the wire here.
That's what England desperately need. It doesn't matter where they come. There's a traditional gap in one-day cricket down at 5/3 man. Just a little under edge there from Neil Fairbrother, and it's just eluded the diving Moeen Khan behind the stumps. Neil Fairbrother won't mind where these runs come from. 70 still needed, only 44 balls remaining.
Is England in trouble? Great match so far for Pakistan with both bat and ball. It's in the air. Surely this must be out. Wicketkeeper coming around. Moeen Khan. He's got it. That could be the World Cup. Good performance by Akif Joe, keeping his cool. Fairbrother trying to hook it over mid-wicket. Didn't get it away, and the wicketkeeper running 20 metres took a well-judged catch.
Well, that was always the wicketkeeper's ball once it had gone up in the air. Neil Fairbrother not hitting this cleanly at all. Top edge on this ball. He's got a long walk back to the pavilion here at the MCG. Plenty of time to think there. Short ball from Akif Javid. Just Fairbrother game just underneath it. Cramped for room. And Moeen Khan very quick under the blocks. Akif Javid, the successful bowler. The Pakistan is once again delighted. Fairbrother gone for 62. England are 7 for 180.
Derek Pringle joins Dermot Reeve. Neil Fairbrother has departed. Akif Javid's got his second wicket in his 10th and final over. And there's a tremendous buzz around this massive Melbourne cricket ground. 87,182 fans in. It's in the air. There's a man out there. He's going back inside the circle. Here he comes. He's got it. Good catch. Almost a collision. Fine bowling and a magnificent catch. Ramesh Raja running with the ball. Judged that beautifully. Pakistan on fire at the Melbourne cricket ground.
It was a very difficult catch for Ramesh Raja. There's the glare of the lights up there. The ball coming over his shoulder. Not the easiest of catches at the best of times. Dermot Reeve having no option but to try and get after the leg spinner. And Mushtaq Ahmed struck again. Certainly been his nights. 3 wickets now. Dermot Reeve aiming over the top, trying to go over the top of extra cover. Not connecting, danger of collision there. That was Pakistan's major worry, but Ramesh has clung onto it. It's a very good catch. England have slumped again. Reeve gone for 15, England 8 for 183. Botham was the first to go, caught behind, the judge caught behind of Akram. And then Aaron Lamb and Chris Lewis in successive deliveries.
It's gone for the Yorker, and it's pretty well played. Afraid it's getting it off the toes, off the mark. I think nicely played too. Anyway, wasn't Akram, 7.13 for 30. Prime wickets, Akif Javid 2. Yorks him, close, get back. He's back. It was all action there, it was all happening. Very close LBW shot, it was a Yorker. Maybe some bat there from Pringle, they're looking for a run. It was all happening.
This is a lethal delivery, especially if you're Derek Pringle's toes. That's a classic Akram delivery, in-swinging Yorker. And it's not slow, that I do promise you. Derek Pringle taking the decision to try and get out the way as soon as possible, nearly runs himself out as well. Just back in time. That's not a bad seed either, and Akram can do no wrong.
He's a magnificent athlete. Have a look at this action. He's a good athlete, he's a fine runner, but his success is in the quick arm actions. He really does charge in well forward, beautiful smooth run to the wicket, but when he gets there it's so quick with the arm action. That's where he gets all his release from, always running through the crease. and swinging the Yorker into the right hand are almost unplayable to a low order batsman.
Not too easy for a top order batsman.
Going for single. Misses. Extra run. They'll be run out if they go. No. Calm heads. A very good over from Wasim Akram. It's 8 for 188. 3 balls to be bowled by Mushtaq in this cup final. It's well struck. It's going all the way to the boundary. That's a good hit. That's well struck by Derek Pringle. A long boundary there, about 90 metres.
It's at least 90 metres out there, Bill, and it's one bounce into the crowd. Derek Pringle kept his eye on that ball very, very closely. No fog over the contact lenses there.
Hit it in the air, and it's safe over the top of the wicketkeeper. And they get 3 here if they run hard. Coming back. It's going to be close. Well run. Good over for England. 8 for 199. Well played, and that's through. Man for third man coming around. They should look for 3 here. It's a long throw. And the Freitas coming back for the third to the non-strikers end. This is England's third effort to win a World Cup.
I was in the side that lost to the West Indies at Lord's in 1979. Also losing to Australia in Calcutta 4 years ago.
He's hit that ball to deep mid-wicket. Coming back to the second, it's got to be close. The throw's good. Close is out. The Freitas run out. The 9. A brilliant piece of work by Salman Malik in the deep. It was a good throw. And Mohan Khan, who's done beautifully with the gloves, had the bows off in a flash. A very good take.
Lovely piece of wicket keeping at the end there. Philip de Freitas desperately having to come back to the second run. And for once, Salim Malik gets it on the 8th. So it hasn't been Salim Malik's greatest tournament. But at least he can say to himself tonight he's got involved there. It's been a fabulous team effort by Pakistan. This is a great throw-in. Picks it up cleanly. And de Freitas is always struggling there as soon as Mohan Khan just picks the ball up in the half volley. That's good keeping. Easy decision for Brian Aldridge to give. De Freitas has run out for 10. England are 9 for 208.
Wingworth taking guard from umpire Steve Bucknor. Pakistan just 1 wicket away from a World Cup win in their first final. Imran bowling from the southern end to Illingworth. Gets a bit of bat on that. They're going for single. The throws to the bowler's end. They'll be an over 3. Got him. My word, that was a good throw. They pick up the extra run.
This is easily the best Pakistan fielding display of the tournament. We've not been there to watch all their games, but the way they've improved in the field over the last 5 reflects the confidence that's grown in their camp. And Richard Illingworth there just through in time, not really pressed for that.
Gets a nick. Man, third man coming around, may not get it. Doesn't, that's 4.
Well, England need these runs any way they can get them. Steve Bucknor again, the West Indian umpire, very relaxed. England 9 for 216.
This one's tipped away. Could go for 4, and it does. So England fighting down to the wire. 5 balls to be bowled in the World Cup for 92.
Well, all those England supporters at the Putney Constitutional can stay awake for another 10 minutes just to see what, or another 3 minutes probably in these conditions. Fine clip. It's a Javed Miandad type shot that Richard Illingworth has played. And even at this juncture, Imran Khan changes the field, sends the man back to long leg to cover that shot.
England tries to bowl before the man's inside the circle. Umpire Steve Bucknor has not missed a trick in this World Cup. Threw the arm out and said there's not the man inside the circle in complete control in the final over.
Well, actually, it almost looked as though Imran Khan had forgotten to tell the man to come in when he was racing in as Imran Khan was running in.
That's up in the air, he's getting under it. This could be victory, it is. Pakistan win the World Cup. A magnificent performance in front of 87,000 people. Imran Khan has led his side to victory. What a great victory.
Well, the Pakistani players in prayer on the ground to give thanks for their victory. They've certainly been the side of the night. Their momentum in this tournament has grown and grown and grown, and they've timed their best form absolutely perfectly. It's been a team effort. The entire squad, the physio, the doctors, they're all out on the field now, and they're loving every moment of this. Imran Khan, his 5th World Cup, his 5th attempt to win the trophy, and he's finally done it. And even the great Imran allows himself a smile there. Very cool customer, but he's going to savour every moment of this.
Yes, they win by 22 runs, and they did it in style. They bowled England out. They defended the 249 magnificently. Wasim Akram, Mushtaq Ahmed bowled beautifully. Fine catching in the deep. Young Akif Javed bowled a good spell as well. So they're on top, and all the fieldsmen contributed. And there must be the proudest man of the world at the moment, Imran Khan.
England's run chase was always going to be tough, but those iconic dismissals of Alan Lamb and Chris Lewis by Wasim Akram ripped the heart out of the cause. In the end, they fell 22 runs short.
Start with, but they warmed up to the event and they won that tournament. And once again over here, they were very slow to start with. They had their little hiccups, but they have gone from strength to strength, learned from those defeats, and here they are, the world champions.
And this is how it all finished. After 5 weeks of competition, the final game, the 39th of the tournament, and England down and out, and Pakistan victorious.
I don't know whether Ramiz Raja is going to keep that ball. I hope he hasn't chucked it away. That's a very, very important ball. There he is on your screens, very happy, along with Salim Malik, who unfortunately didn't have a great World Cup. These two young men there, Inzamam and Mushtaq, the future of Pakistan cricket. One an attacking leg spinner, another wonderful batsman. Amir Sohail also had a tremendous World Cup.
It makes you wonder what they would have done with Waqar Younis.
Oh yes, they probably would have won all their matches then.
But a full credit, I think, to Javed, who came in, and he's probably their steadiest bowler throughout the tournament. And in the early stages, I thought was probably even bowling better than Wasim Akram.
That's right. I think when you look at his performances, you realise how underrated he has been, because he's kept the pressure on while Wasim has been attacking. So Wasim has been able to go on bowling in an attacking manner, while the pressure is still kept on at the other end with Aqib's wonderfully accurate bowling. So Aqib Javed's performances have been very much underrated. He's not the glamour boy of Pakistan's cricket by a long shot, but ask Imran, ask Javed Miandar, and they'll tell you how important he is to the Pakistan team.
It always used to be said that strike bowlers operate in pairs. I mean, when you always think of Lillian Thompson, or even further back, Statham and Truman, there's always one who's the real sort of out-and-out wicket taker, but they do need the support. And I wonder if this is going to be a sort of a combination.
Well, I think if Waqar comes back very quickly, then Aqib will be the first change bowler, and Akram and Waqar will be the new ball bowlers. So all in all, it doesn't look like it's going to be a happy time for the openers who confront Pakistan.
Okay, we're getting commentary back from the MCG. Let's pick it up.
Here in the middle of the Melbourne Cricket Ground, a crowd of over 87,000 here today, creating a new limited overs attendance record in Australia, beating the previous one of 86,133 on this same ground. When the last catch was taken, the rest of the Pakistan team rushed the field to join the players who had done so marvellously out there today. Imran Khan, the captain and the hero, dragged his team through when it looked as though they were beaten in the preliminary rounds, got them into the semi-finals. They won at Eden Park in a thrilling encounter, and now they have turned in a great performance here at the MCG. Not only their own supporters, but others will be pleased that it was such a good match and that they turned in such a sterling effort. Intikhab Alam, the manager and coach of the Pakistan side, led all the extras from the dressing room. A great sight and a very, very happy occasion. And in the centre of the ground now, Tony Greig.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's my pleasure now to introduce to you Mr. Malcolm Gray, who is the Joint Chairman of the World Cup Committee. Mr. Gray.
Colin Cowdrey, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Pakistan on a well-deserved first ever World Cup victory. Commiserations also go to Graham Gooch and his men. Well played. The 1992 World Cup has been an outstanding success. A large part of that success has been due to the tremendous support that we've received from the sporting public of both New Zealand and Australia. For that we say thank you. We're also indeed grateful for the generous sponsorship of the Benson and Hedges Company. To present the Man of the Match award and the prize money cheque to the losing captain, Graham, I now introduce to you former Australian cricketer and now Director of the Benson and Hedges Company, Mr. Alan Turner.
Thank you, Malcolm. When we accepted the role as sponsor of this 1992 World Cup, we anticipated a great festival of cricket, and I must say the Benson and Hedges Company is delighted with the way it has been staged in Australia and New Zealand. It truly has been magnificent. We thank the Australian Cricket Board and New Zealand Cricket for the effort they have put into this tournament to make it so successful. We congratulate all 9 teams and we thank the public in both Australia and New Zealand for superb support they have provided throughout. I have here a medallion and a cheque for $3,000 for the Benson and Hedges Player of the Match from this final. And I'd like to ask Wazim Akram to come up here and collect it. I now ask Graham Gooch, Captain of England, to come up and accept a cheque from the Benson and Hedges sponsorship for $25,000 as runner-up in the World Cup. You may not have won this match, but your team did a magnificent job in reaching this final, and you certainly proved worthy opponents.
Just say it's an absolute delight to play in the final. I'd like to thank my team, all the English supporters that followed us around. And I also say congratulations to Pakistan for playing a great match and winning the cup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham Gooch. It's now my pleasure to introduce Sir Colin Cowdrey, Chairman of the International Cricket Council. Mr. Cowdrey.
Imran and your team, I offer congratulations on behalf of the world of cricket, and I'd like you to come up here and I present you with the Benson Hedges Prize. The Benson Hedges Prize of $50,000. And one more thing. This magnificent Waterford Crystal Trophy. You mustn't drop it. Thank you very much.
I would just like to say I want to give my commiserations to the English team, but I want them to know that by winning this World Cup, personally, it means that one of my greatest obsessions in life, which is to build a cancer hospital, I'm sure that this World Cup will go a long way towards completion of this obsession. I would also like to say that I feel very proud that at the twilight of my career, finally I managed to win the World Cup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imran Khan. Congratulations, Pakistan. That's all from down here. Hope you're now enjoying the fireworks.
Well, that's it. Great finale, plenty of atmosphere, and in the end, I think the best team won.
Yes, and I think Imran was very emotional over there as he gave a little acceptance speech. Pakistan very deserving victors. He's worked really hard to get that team together. He's made a few changes over the last 3 or 4 years. It's the combination that he wanted, victorious combination. And congratulations to him and his team for having played so brilliantly right for the tournament.
Well, I know that the game of cricket has been viewed by a lot of people who had no idea what the sport was all about. The event going to over 1 billion viewers, effectively, of course, with Prime Sports here joining in. The audience increased even further, and I thought that 87,000 people at the MCG just to finish all things off, a record attendance there. So it looks as though one-day cricket at least is in a very healthy state.
It certainly is. It's really the thing that is supporting the Test match version, because in the old days it was the Test matches which brought in the crowds, but today it is the one-day games that bring in the crowds. And that's where the money is for the administrators and for the players as well.
And it's a long haul for the players. I mean, they were there on tour for 5 weeks, and that probably butted on to all the preparation overseas they did. I mean, you don't think that this is too much for the players, or do you think that's part of their profession they're doing with it?
I think it's part of their profession, and in any case, the World Cup is an event which comes once in 4 years, so you have to make do with the odd niggle and aches and pains and carry on with it. Over the 5 weeks, that's what Pakistan has done. They've ignored the aches and pains. You better be careful with that cup as they run over there. But Pakistan really has shown that flair can win the cup. I mean, they played with a lot of flair. I mean, it's not just up and down professional cricket. They've played with a lot of style, and they are really deserving champions. Intikhab Alam, who has been the cricket manager for some time now, when he was playing there wasn't the World Cup. He must be a very happy man too.
I think I'd like to reiterate what you said about the Pakistan flair. I mean, they've done it with probably the most effective bowlers in the World Cup. You know, certainly the best leg spinner in Mushtaq, the best strike bowler. And also, when it's mattered, they've had some brilliant batting performances. I mean, like Imzamam's innings the other day, and the one today wasn't too bad either. And they've actually pulled out the brilliant performances when it's needed.
Yes, I think what a lot of people tend to overlook is that bowlers are very, very important in one-day cricket, because if they can take wickets, then they're putting pressure on the opposition batsman. It's no good just having bowlers who will contain the batsman, because as we've seen right through this World Cup tournament, even if the batsmen are contained in the first 30 overs, if there are no wickets that have fallen, they can always throw their bats about and get almost 8 or 9 runs an over in the last 20 overs. And